Hello and welcome to this new episode of the second season this year of the WeAreDevelopers Live Days. We are here today to talk about Angular. I am Sandra. I am a recent addition to the WeAreDevelopers team, and it is a pleasure to stand here in front of you today. Before jumping into our agenda today, I would like to recall how amazing the experience at the WeAreDevelopers World Congress was last July. I hope many of you can attest of the networking opportunities, connections, and learnings that we gained during those 2 days. And guess what? We can announce now the new dates for the upcoming World Congress. It will happen in July in Berlin again, from the 17th to the 19th of July. And as a way to thank you for being part of the live audience today, you can grab your discount code. We will put it in the chat. Go to worldcongress.dev, check out the information that we've published so far, and grab your ticket with a 10% discount. Now, before jumping into today's content, I would like to remind you that you can interact during the talks in the chat. Also, place your questions in the Q&A window. But please remember to be kind to each other and respectful to each other, as we have a code of conduct. Here's a short video about it. So today's focus will be our friend Angular, and our first speaker is a coder, open sourcer, developer experience enthusiast, software architect, and entrepreneur. He runs after founding Firefly Migration, and outside work, he loves to help NGOs as a full-stack developer and mentor. I'm super glad to welcome on stage Noam.
Hi, Sandra. Thank you for the warm introduction. It was a lot of fun to be at the Congress, and I really hope I can come again next year.
We hope to see you again soon. Yeah.
Yes, cool. So let's start.
Let's start. Would you like to first give a short brief of what your talk will be about?
Of course. So in my talk, I'm going to talk about your new BFF, a backend to front-end libraries that will help you develop a full-stack application without the Duct. And we're going to take a front-end Angular app and turn it into a full-stack app with validations and database and APIs and all the way to deploying it to the cloud, hopefully within the next few minutes.
Amazing. Sounds like a perfect way to start the Angular day. The stage is all yours, and I will see you later.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So before I start, just a few words about where I come from. As Sandra said, I'm a coder and a full-stack developer. In my day job, I consult enterprises on large enterprise applications, CRMs, ERPs, accounting, manufacturing. I've been doing that in over 20 years in 25 countries, and I've met many, many enterprise applications and kind of see patterns that go through all of those. I'm a lazy developer, which means I like to get things done as easy as possible and as fast as possible. I write a lot of errors. I have errorless code, so I need tools to protect me, such as TypeScript and all of the other tools that help me make less mistakes. And I like to deploy quickly. I hate developing for a year and only then seeing user. As far as I'm concerned, if I can see a user on the second or fourth day of the project, I'm happy. So the kind of applications that I build are data-intensive applications where they have a database and lots of updates around those databases. So I would usually go with a single-page application because these kind of applications require a rich user experience in the browser more than it requires an SEO. They will serve a smaller group of users, but will serve them all day long, spending hours in front of the application. I would like to use TypeScript end-to-end, so same language on both ends makes it very easy, and I don't like the context switching between front-end and back-end. I will usually start with a monolith repo because it's just easier to do, and only when it reaches a certain scale, I will start splitting it. But I like to start fast, and I'm lazy, so I want to go there. And in most cases, I will use a relational database to do the heavy lifting for me. So when we're talking about writing a basic CRUD application, these are the elements that any CRUD application needs these days. We're going to have a backend, probably Node.js, and a frontend, Angular. We're going to have model types on the backend and model types on the frontend. We're going to have CRUD API routes, put, post, delete on the backend, and some codes to consume that using services in Angular or the HTTP client model. We're going to have data validations on our API and validations for our user to provide a good user experience. We're going to have access control on the back end and some code to indicate that in the front end. And then we're going to need an ORM, SQLs, paging, sorting, filtering, real-time routes, components. That's it. That's all you need to write a basic CRUD application. Now, when I look at this list, I consider these parts a kind of a duplication, repetitive code, which is kind of a mirror image of one another. The model types on the backend closely reflect the model types on the front end, and same goes for the API routes and everything else. And as an error-prone developer, I usually fix one and doesn't fix the other one consistently and spend hours trying to track those errors down. Also, the ORM, paging, sorting, real-time is a lot of repetitive boilerplate code, and I really hate repetitive code because we tend to copy those pieces of code with the errors, with the vulnerabilities, and have them hundreds of times within our applications. Now, modern full-stack frameworks such as Next.js, Remix, Redwood started talking about this problem and started creating shared types and routes between the front end and the back end, but I want more than that. The way I look at it, all of these items are just a reflection of a business entity. It can be a customer, it can be an order, it can be a car, but it will have the types, the APIs, and everything around that. And I want all of them to be derived from that single source of truth, from that entity. So I started with that idea a few years ago. I created the open source library Remalt, and we're going to use it today and see how it can help us develop quickly and effectively. So what we're going to do today, we're going to take a front-end Angular app and turn it into a full-stack app with database, server-side paging, sorting, real-time, write-once validation, database, and everything around it. Let's get started. So over here, I have VS Code, and I have Angular running. And this is my basic to-do app. It's a front-end to-do app, which means it doesn't have any state on the server at this point. It has a single to-do component. So it looks like this, where we can see the tasks that we are defined over here, which reflect the tasks we see here on the UI. We can see functionality to add a new task over here, which is used by the form, a new task, and we can see that it was added. We can see functionality to delete a task that is used by the delete button. But most importantly, all the state is only left in the browser. So when I refresh, we see the data back again. Here is the HTML used for this site. Pretty simple HTML with an input, an add tags form, and an ng4 loop to display the items. So to turn this into a full stack application, the first thing we need to do is create a server. So let's head over to our source, and I'm going to create a server folder and index.ts in it. I'm going to do a const app equals express. And I'm going to create a test route, which is going to be /API/hi, rec_res, and send, hello, we are developers. To run this server, I'm going to use TSX. For those of you who don't know what it is, it's a TypeScript package. It's an NPM package that allows me to run TypeScript directly in Node.js. It's going to tell source server. And it runs and will hot reload on every error that I've made, on every change that I'll make. Let's also add here app.listen 3002. And let's see if that works. We got the hello, we are developer text in our browser. Now, I want to use it also within Angular, and I want to have a relative path for it. And to do that, I've configured the proxy conf configuration of Angular that says that anything goes to the API route should go to localhost 3002 in development. So if I click 4200/API/hi, we get the same text without having to manage two servers or calls, cross-origin calls, or anything like that. Cool. So back to the task at hand. Our application has the to-do app, and the to-do app has the task. And the task represents a single task, that the entity in which I'm looking at. It has an ID, it has a title, a completed, and a created at. I want to use this task by both the front end and the back end. And to do that, I'm going to head over to the source folder, and I'm going to add a folder called shared there, and just drag and drop the task into it. Just for the sake of organization, it's not a technical requirement. Now, I want this task to reflect the APIs, the front-end query language, the database, authorization, validation, pretty much everything else. And to do that, I'm going to use the entity decorator from Remalt. I'm going to tell it that it's called tasks, and I'm going to ask it to allow all API CRUD capabilities. Next, I'll tell it the ID field is a CUID, the title is a string, the completed is a Boolean, and created at is created at. After adding these 5 decorators, I can now use this task for everything I want. So the first thing I want to do is expose it to the API. So let's head over to our index, and I'm going to do import Remalt Express and define an API and tell it that on my entities, brackets, entities to use the task entity. Then I'll ask app.use API. I'm asking Express to use this API. And as soon as I do that, if I go to API/tasks, I get an empty array. Let's check it out with Thunder client. So I'm going to go to 4200 API tasks, and we see that I get an empty array. Now, it's not just a read-only route. It actually supports all operations. So let's test post. So I'm going to head over to our body, and I'm going to say title and send it. We can see that it created a task. It generated a CUID for the ID, and it updated the completed and created at based on the defaults. And if I refresh this in the browser, we'll get to see these tasks. Now let's go ahead and steal the task from the front end. So I'm going to go over to the to-do component. I'm going to grab all these tasks and delete them. Head over to our Thunder client and paste it here and send it. And now all these tasks were inserted to our database, and I can refresh the browser and see them. Now, you might ask yourself, what database are we using at this point? And actually, we don't use any database at this point. We'll only add a database later. So for now, it created a very basic JSON file here in our DB folder where we can see our JSON information, the data that was inserted. Great, so with just 5 decorators, we got a database, so it's a test database, and API routes. Now let's go ahead and use this on the front end. Now, if you look at our front end right now, we have an empty list because there's no tasks in the list, and we want to get these tasks from the server. So to do that, we're going to head over to our to-do component, and we are going to define a task repo, which will ask out of Remalt repo task. This will return to us a repository of type task that we will use for all our interaction with the task. We don't need to bother about HTTP calls or SQL calls. The repository takes care of that for us. And we'll head over to the ng on init, and we'll say this task repo.find. Then it gets the items, and we'll set them to these tasks equal items. And as soon as I do that, you can see the data in the browser. You can see it was refreshed and entered. And if we check out the network tab, we can see that this is just a simple REST API call. Now, by default, we get all the tasks, but that's not realistic. In most cases, you want to do something else. So you can go ahead and limit the tasks. Okay? So it'll bring me the top 2. I can ask for the second page or third page. So I get server-side paging out of the box. I can also add order by, created at sending or ascending. And I can also filter on the backend where completed is true, okay, or false. And we can see that it's all standard REST API calls with query parameters to indicate what I'm requesting, so I can actually consume this from any consumer. We can also see that it's type safe. So if I change false to string, we'll get an error from TypeScript saying that it cannot assign string to a Boolean. So we're using the same task type, both for the APIs on the backend and for the front-end query language. Great. And we'll set here undefined, and now we can see all the data. The next thing I want to do is implement all the CRUD capabilities. So let's start by adding a task. So I'm going to do over here, await task repo insert. And I'll delete this part that I don't need anymore. And as soon as I do that, if I'll add a new task, we'll see a post call happening to the backend, creating our data. And if we check out our tasks JSON file, we can see over here that a new task was created. Let's go ahead and implement delete. So I'm going to say await task repo delete. As soon as I do that, if I click the X here, we're going to see a delete call being sent to the backend, and the data is deleted from our database. And if you want to implement the check, let's say over here that we want to check completed. So we're going to say save, pretty much. And we're going to have a task. I'm going to make it async. And await task repo .save of task. We'll call it in the change event of our checkbox. As soon as we do that, if we click a checkbox, we can see a put request being sent to the backend with the change that we need. And let's check out our tasks JSON, and we can see that it updates in real time over here. So just by declaring these 5 decorators on our entity, we were able to get a data structure, APIs, a fully functional front-end query language, and full CRUD capabilities. Now, at this point in our life, our users like our application so much that they gave it to another user. And that second user has started making changes, updating all sorts of tasks. Our first user doesn't see those changes. And we all know that they actually need to refresh to see those changes, but our users are oblivion to this. They say, hey, we're looking at the same page, the same piece of paper. How come we're not seeing changes of one another? And the sentence that I love the most, they always tell me, but Google does it on Google Sheets, why can't you? So the entire idea behind Remelt is to take complex concepts and make them accessible through an easy-to-use developer experience. So let me show you how I changed this application from being a get application to being a live application. So let's switch over to our to-do component. And instead of using find over here, I'm going to use live query. Instead of using then, I'm going to use subscribe. And subscribe gets an items member that I'll set to the tasks. I also need to unsubscribe on destroy. So I'm going to say unsub and this.unsub equals. And on destroy, I'm going to call the unsub. That's it. That's all the changes that we needed to do to turn this into a live application. We changed the find to live query, the then to subscribe, and we took care of unsubscribing when the component unmounts. So let's refresh that, and let's put user 1 next to user 2. And as I check the checkboxes, both users see the changes in real time. Now, this is a plugin technology that has multiple implementations. In development, we use server-sent events, but it also has plugins for Ably, and you can easily create plugins for WebSockets, Pusher, Sockety, whatever you want. Now, when I look at this code, it's generic code that runs in any other or in any framework and can be used anywhere, but Angular developers usually like RxJS. And we can very easily adjust this code to be RxJS. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to take this code and move it a bit up. And I'm going to say tasks $ equals this repo, everything here. And I'm going to say from live query, which is a utility method that turns a live query into an observable. And as soon as I do that, I can switch over to my HTML and say tasks $pipe async, and this will work. Now, with this change, I can actually delete a lot of unneeded code. I can delete the tests array. I can delete the unsub. I don't no longer need the onInit and onDestroy, so I can delete these two as well. And I don't need to push to the array because it comes back from the live query, nor do I need to delete from the array. And set all completed, we'll talk about a bit later. So by using RxJS, okay, this becomes a lot easier to use, and the same functionality is maintained. I can open a new browser, make the changes, and they all appear while having a very easy to use developer experience. Great. So we've set this up, and we've done setup entities paging CRUD live query. The next topic I want to talk about is validation. Validation is one of those topics that I usually get wrong, which means I write one code to validate the API and different code to validate the front end and to get a better user experience. But getting these two validations in sync is always a struggle. Like, for example, my bank has a validation in the front end that prevents me from creating Excel files with history longer than 6 months. Don't ask me why. But if I take the URLs that they call and change it myself, I can get any timelines that I want. And this is an inconsistency that we always get in applications. And the way I want it to be, I want it to be defined in my single source of truth, in my task. In our case, I want to prevent users from adding empty tasks. Okay, so let's go ahead and prevent them. And to do that, I'm going to declare the validation on my entity. I'm going to say that this is a task and validate and say here, well, if the task title length is less than 3, throw new arrow to short. And as soon as I do that, if I try to add an empty task, I will get a too short arrow. But note the network tab. There's no network calls being made. This is front-end validation. Now let's try to bypass that and send a post request. So we're going to head over to our request and try to send an empty task. And the same validation runs also on the backend. So the same code is used to validate both the front end and the backend, resulting in a very consistent experience. Also, the error that is being thrown is well structured, indicating the error for every specific field, which means that if you have a complex form with 20 fields, you can very easily display the correct error next to the correct field and provide your users with an even better user experience. Now that we've completed validations, our users come to us with the next request. And that's usually how I work. My users get the application and they come up and ask me to do things. So the next requirement is, hey, we don't like ticking them one by one. Please do some kind of loops that will go over all of them and tick them in a single click. Set all completed. So let's go ahead and do that. I start by getting the user requirement and then implementing it. I don't think about backend or frontend. I just go to the set all completed, and I'm going to add a for of task of await task repo find and say await task repo update of task and completed. And as soon as I do that, if I click set all uncompleted, it works. I'm happy, my users are happy, but my boss not so much. Because when my boss looks at it, he says, look at how many requests are you making for each update. Check out this number over here. It grows infinitely. And if you have 10,000 tasks, this just doesn't scale. And that's a valid concern. I want to move this code now to run on the backend, and I want to do it as easy as possible. And that's one of the fun parts about Remalt. It's very easy to take front-end code and move it to the backend and vice versa. Let me show you how I do that. I'm going to go ahead and create a test controller. And then I'm going to copy the method from here to our controller. I'm going to call it static, and I'm going to decorate it with the backend method decorator. As soon as I do that, Remalt identifies the backend method when it's about to call it on the front end. And instead of executing this code on the front end, it will take this code and run it on the backend. It will make an API code to the backend to run it. And all we need to define now is a test repo, just like before. But if before our repo made HTTP calls to the backend, now our repo will make SQL calls to the SQL or JSON calls to the SQL. Let's register it on our API. Define controllers, task controllers. And in our front end, we're going to change this code to simply test controller, set all completed with the completed value. Let's see if it works. I'm going to set them all completed. And we can see there's just a single network call to achieve this update. So by using the repo abstractions that allows me to access data without caring about implementation, the front end will make API calls to the backend, and the backend will make SQL calls to the SQL database, but I don't have to worry about that. Now, so far we've been using our test JSON file, and we had a lot of fun with it, but it's time to grow up and use a real database. In this demo, I'm going to use Postgres, so let's go ahead and implement Postgres here. I'm going to go back to our server, and I'm going to import from Remalt Postgres the Postgres data adapter. And I will tell Remalt that its data adapter is a Postgres data adapter with the following connection string. Now, there's adapters for pretty much any database. There's JSON, of course, there's a Postgres, there's Mongo, there's Oracle, SQL, Knex, and everything else can be a database. You just need to implement an adapter for it. But as soon as I save it now, there's no more data in our screen because now we're using Postgres. And if we check out our network tab, our terminal tab, sorry, we can see that the table was created over here. with the columns and everything that we need for it. So by default, it will create a table, but of course, this can be disabled if we want it to. And great, so now let's go ahead and insert some data to our database. We're gonna go to our request, back to our array, click it, and now we have data in our database and we are using PostgreSQL. So let's check the entities, paging, CRUD, live query, validation, multiple tasks, database, and the next topic I want to talk about is authentication and authorization. This is a very important concern that, again, usually get duplicated across multiple files, multiple routes, multiple front-end code, and I want to be in my single source of truth. I want to say that only authenticated people can see our task. All I need to do over here is saying allow authenticated. As soon as I do that, I no longer see the task. I actually get a forbidden error because I'm not authenticated. And I want to do the same also to our tasks controller. So I'm going to go over here and say that the backend method is only available for users who are authenticated. Great. So now if I click set all completed, I will also get that error. Now, authentication is outside the scope of Remalt. There's many, many ways to authenticate your users. You can use tools like OAuth or Clerk. You can use a passport or RxJS or even a cookie session. In my demo, I'm going to implement it using a cookie session just to make life very, very simple. So we're going to head over to our index.ts, and I'm going to say demo cookie session, where I've configured the session. I've configured a static list of users. In real life, you're going to probably use a database for that, but for this demo, a static list would do. And also notice how I used a normal post call over here. I could have used the backend method for it, but I actually wanted to show you that Remalt can fit within your existing stack. You don't have to just either use Remalt or not use Remalt. And you can add Remalt to an existing project with multiple routes that uses Express or Festify or Nest or anything that you like to use, and have Remalt add the functionality to you and work side by side with it. So in this sign-in method, I'm searching for the valid users and returning it. And all we need to do next is tell Remalt how to get the user from the request. So we're going to do rec session user, just like we did in our routes before. Now on our front end, we're going to head over to our app component. And instead of using the app to do, I'm going to use the app auth component that I've created in advance. Let's go to that component. Auth component, again, is a very basic component. It gets an HTTP client here. It has a sign-in username, and it will sign in using Angular's HTTP client and sign out, and on it will check if the user exists. So let's sign in as Steve, and now we can see the data because now we're authenticated, and we can set all completed or set all uncompleted. But authentication is rarely that naive. In many cases, we need some kind of role management idea to control which users can see what. So let's head back to our task.ts and say that we are not allowing delete at all. And we want to allow insert only for users who have the admin role. And as soon as I do that, if Steve will try to add, they will get a forbidden error because Steve is not allowed to add. Okay, let's go ahead and nominate Jane as an admin. And if I'll sign out and sign in as Jane, Jane can add a new task. If I sign out and sign in as Steve again, Steve cannot add a task. And that's not a very good user experience. I don't want Steve to see that there is something outside of his reach. I prefer that he wouldn't see the option to add at all. And I don't want to duplicate my code. I don't want to create another if statement saying if he's an admin. I want to reuse the same definition that are defined once in my task.ts. I want to reuse this definition. Let me show you how we do that. I'm going to head over to the to-do HTML. And I'll simply add here an ng if, saying if task repo, task repo dot. Right, at this point, you can see that Angular language services has misbehaved. There's a cool trick for that. I can say restart Angular language services. And once it restarts, I will get autocomplete again. So task repo metadata insert is allowed. Only then show the form. Let's save it. We can see that Steve can no longer see the add form. And it reuses the same insert definition that we've defined on our task. So if we head back to our task and comment this out, okay, Steve will be able to add and will see the form. And if I'll comment this back in, Steve is prohibited from adding and doesn't see that functionality. And we've done that using our single source of truth. We can get consistent behavior and set everything that we want within our task.ts to achieve a single source of truth. So far, in a little over 30 minutes, we created a full stack application with validation and database and APIs and authorization, authentication, and even live query capabilities. Let's try to deploy this to the cloud. For this demo, I'm going to use a cloud provider called Railway. But before we deploy, let's go ahead and adapt our application for deployment. First thing we need to do is not send a hard-coded connection string. Instead, I'm going to get this connection string from an environment variable called database URL, which we will later configure in our cloud. And also, we cannot listen on port 3002. And also, I want to use the same Node.js server to return the static Angular files. Of course, I can deploy to several servers, but I want to have a simple server. So I'm going to do, I'm going to get the front-end files from the where Angular build, from the result folder of the Angular build, and return them to the browser. And I'm also going to listen on the port that is given to me from the environment variable, or port 3002. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and deploy. So the first thing I'll do here is Railway init. And I'll ask it to give me a random name. And then I'm going to say Railway open to open the UI of Railway. I'm going to ask it to add a Postgres database and an empty service. And once it completes that, I can go over to our empty service and ask it to generate a domain. It created a nice domain for us, and I can go over to variables and add a variable called database URL, like the one we've defined over here. Once that is done, I can ask Railway to upload the code for me. And it will take the source code, upload it to Railway, run npm install, npm build, and npm start. And of course, I can connect it to my GitHub repo, and it will automatically deploy on every Git call. But for this demo, I like just to upload the code myself. Now, this will take a few minutes, so let's go ahead and review a few more things I have to say. So Remelt fits within your existing tech. You can use it with any framework, any front-end framework, Angular, React, Vue, Svelte, Quick, Solid.js, or even Vanilla.js. Any backends that you use today, Express, Festify, Nest, Next, or even DinoFresh, you can use it with any database that you like. We support Postgres, MySQL, MongoDB, SQLite, SQL Server, Oracle, and pretty much any other database. You just need to implement a very small adapter for it, and it can run on any server or serverless runtime. So you can run it on things like Vercel for serverless, or AWS Lambda, or Heroku, or Railway, or DigitalOcean, pretty much anywhere you want. I invite you, here. There's a few more things that I didn't get a chance to show you, and if I'll have a few more minutes, maybe I will be able to show a few. By using the same concept of single source of truth, we can go ahead and expose a GraphQL API based on those entities without writing a lot of code. We can also expose an open API, a Swagger file, for any other consumer other than our code. There's a lot of lifecycle hooks that we can use for saving, before saving, after saving, deleting, etc. There's relationship between entities. There's fields that can only be updated on the backend because not everything should be exposed to the front end, or even fields that are invisible to the front end, such as passwords. If you don't like decorators, you probably don't use Angular. But if you still want to work without decorators, there's decoratorless support. And if you like plain JS, you can even use it without TypeScript and use JS docs. I invite you to visit our website, remelt.dev, where you'll find tutorials on how to do everything that I've done just now with React, Angular, Vue, or Next. There's also a YouTube channel with videos to do that exact thing in pretty much under an hour. And join our Discord community and give us stars on GitHub, ask us questions, or reach out to me directly through LinkedIn or Twitter or anything else. We're very much enthusiastic about helping people use Remelt. And we can see that it's still publishing to Railway. Let's check out the progress over here. Yeah, it actually said that it's completed a few minutes ago. We can check out the logs. We can see the deploy log. We can see that it created the table on our backend. So let's go ahead and test that it works. I'm going to go over to our settings. Actually, I can click on this URL and hopefully it will open in a new tab. So yeah, let's refresh the browser. Click, open a new tab. And here we have our application deployed on Railway. Let's sign in as Jane. And I'm going to add a new task, very important one, give Remalt a star. And I want you guys to help me test the live query functionality. So to do that, I'm going to create a QR code. And I'm going to open it here. And I kindly ask you all to join this QR code and try to sign in as Jane and add a few tasks. And let's see if it updates in real time. I'm also going to try and do it myself. Cool. I already see someone wrote hello world. And we can see it when someone checks a checkbox, it responds in real time, and we get all your comments here in front of us. Yay! So many comments. I love the live query functionality. It's always, even though I've done this many, many times, it always feels magical. Now I have 10 more minutes for my talk, so I want to use it to show you just a little bit more functionality. Hope you'll be patient with me. I've mentioned OpenAPI and GraphQL, so I want to show you how easy it is to add. So we have our API definition over here. And to add OpenAPI, I simply need to add these 4 lines of code. I've import Swagger, I've created an OpenAPI doc, and I've returned it to API/docs. And as soon as I do that, if I head over to our code and I'll do /API/docs, we have an OpenAPI docs that describes our API. Now we can let any user consume our API and use it. And we have the same functionality for GraphQL. So I'm going to add demo GraphQL. Again, just a few lines of code. I'm using Remalt GraphQL to define the GraphQL with the task entity. And whatever we need to use Yoga GraphQL. Let's go ahead and test that. I'm going to go to API/GraphQL. And here we have a GraphQL client that we can use. Let's open it and see that everything that we've done so far is also available for us through GraphQL. TED. And we can even filter, saying where completed equal true. And we filter on completed true or on completed false. And there's even mutations here that we can run. A task or update task. And since delete is disabled, we cannot see the delete. So back to the list of the things that you've written. I really, really, really love these comments. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Head over to, if you have any questions, by the way, now is a great time to ask questions. And if not, head over to remalt.dev and check this out and do cool things with it. Join our Discord community. We really love helping developers getting things done with this framework. Actually, one question that comes up a lot is this battle tested or is it production ready? And the answer is, of course. This is a project that we've been working on for 5 years now, and it's actually deployed in deployment for multiple applications and multiple sites. One of the projects that I personally love that uses this application is a project that I written 5 years ago for an NGO that is all about distributing food from food banks. We created an app where volunteers can come to a food bank and they'll get to their phone immediately a list of addresses where they need to deliver food to, and it will navigate and use Google Maps and whatever. It started out as a toy project, but when COVID came, this was very much needed and ended up being a huge operation. And today we are distributing 450,000 food parcels a year, all running on a Heroku server that costs me $16 a month. And with Remalt, you can easily scale, you can easily secure your code. It was very easy to pass the security checks because it's consistent. And it was a lot of fun scaling from 15,000 deliveries a year to 15,000 deliveries a day. And Remalt helped us applying those changes, doing those adjustments and enhancements, and scaling big. And really, you can write anything with Remalt, from big ERPs or CRMs all the way to a grocery shopping list that I wrote for my kids and wife. So it makes it very easy for me to track what they want me to buy at the groceries and actually automate sending it to the grocery shop and getting it back. Cool. So at this point, anyone has any questions that they want to share with me? Anyone want to say anything? This is one of the challenges of having a streaming presentation. Check out all these cool comments. Bulgaria, Netherlands, Palma, Hungary. I love it. Okay, I've been notified that they're collecting the questions for the Q&A, and we're going to get those in a few seconds.
Hello, Noam.
Hello,
Welcome
Sandra.
back. Yeah, welcome back to this third window. As we said, we were collecting all the Q&A questions so that we can go smoothly through them. Thank you very much. I love the live interactions, and I love to see that it has real life applications like doing the groceries with your family. Okay, so let me check the first questions that we have here. Does remote support Angular 16 signals standalone SSR?
Yes, of course. This demo is done on Angular 16 to begin with, 16.2. And of course, you can use it just like I've shown you a basic functionality using vanilla.js, and I use RxJS to show it with Angular RxJS. Just as easily, you can use it with signals and with standalone, of course, and also with SSR.
Perfect. And the next question is, what difficulties do developers often encounter when they are turning an Angular app into a full stack application, and how does your method help them overcome these challenges?
So I think that a lot of the difficulties that a front-end developer runs into when they're trying to write a full-stack application is a lot of unnecessary boilerplate codes that they need to write and unnecessary technical details that they need to follow. Since I'm an Angular developer, it's very easy for me to develop the front-end, but the server seems like this unknown issue with databases and complexity. Now I need to learn SQL, now I need to learn APIs, and all of those are really just implementation details that in most cases we don't care about. So specifically for that reason, I've created tutorials on our website, on the remal.dev website, where any front-end developer can, within 2 hours, take a front-end app and turn it into a full-stack app with security, with database, with deployment, and overcome that barrier between front-end to full-stack application. You know, I consider myself neither a front-end or a back-end application developer. I am an application developer. I want to get things done. I want to get something in front of users. And I feel that with Remalt, it enables me to get there fast and not be having to rely on complex DevOps engineers or backend developers. I just write that, and using the same syntax, the same mindset to write my front-end and backend and deploy it and enjoy it.
Perfect. Since you mentioned it, let's give the viewers a tip on how to contact you or access this information before jumping into more questions, because I think they will love to do it.
So, of course, anyone can reach us at remult.dev, remult.dev. That's our website. And from there, you can join our Discord, and I'm available there. You can find me on Twitter at @Noam Honig, or on LinkedIn. I'm pretty much available anywhere. I think if you search good enough, you'll probably find my mobile number as well. So you are welcome to reach out, and I'm very happy to help. And you know, even jump in on Zoom sessions and help someone get started and help someone deal with specific issues. We really love that, and we're really enjoying community contribution. Just this morning, someone created a pull request with a Svelte tutorial, which is amazing. You know, so it's very easy for anyone who wants to contribute to open source to simply jump into the project, either grab an issue or just check out the docs, make some changes there, write an article, record a video. We love seeing those, and that's extremely helpful for us as an open source project. And of course, give us a start.
Definitely. And also, we have here a question that is connected to this, because he or she says, I'm a coding beginner, and does it make sense to start with Angular, or should I learn JavaScript before?
I started with Angular. I think that Angular provides you with a structured definition of an application that allows you to write code. Many people think that you need to learn assembler in order to learn C or JavaScript. I don't subscribe to that school. I think you need to learn to get things done. And you can start by learning Angular, and on the way you learn JavaScript. You can't avoid it, but you will learn it within the context of Angular and within your ability to get things done, which I feel is key for any developer.
Perfect. Another one is, can we use it with something like Firebase?
Yes, you can create an adapter for Firebase. I haven't created one yet, but it shouldn't be a very complex task. If you need it, just open an issue on GitHub, and we will implement an adapter for Firebase. But of course, you can use it with Firebase.
And does it support big scale applications?
Yes. I think that one of the advantages of having the single source of truth definition, it actually allows you to scale very well. Imagine if you have like one entity, and for every entity you have at least 4 routes, rules of authentication, validation, authorization. When it scales, it goes crazy and it's unmaintainable. Whereas with the single source of truth perspectives that Remote offer, where you manage all of this in the entity itself, it actually support growth very well. And I think a great testament for that is when COVID came and that food delivery app went up from 15,000 deliveries a year to 15,000 deliveries a day. Obviously, it scaled tremendously. And we've done that, we survived that, and COVID didn't really give you time to prepare. You had everything ready from, one day to another. And it was a lot of fun to see how by using Remote and this strategy of single source of truth, it was very easy to introduce enhancements and changes and scale in the application without rewriting it, without falling into huge pitfalls or stuff like that. And doing it with a single developer working part-time. It wasn't like a team of 10 developers on that food distribution app.
Yeah, I think COVID was improvisation as a service time.
Yeah, it was a great and terrible time.
Exactly. And are there any potential trade-offs or limitations that developers should be aware of when considering the adoption of your approach?
So the idea here with Remote that Remote fits within your stack. If it would replace your stack, and manage everything for you, then there would be trade-offs. But since it's not, since it's just a tool in your tool belt, you can use it side by side with everything else that you use today. So use Remote where it gives you a lot of value, CRUD operation, query language, all of that. And when you have a custom AI algorithm to fly to the moon, write it in whatever you write it today and run it in the same project side by side. Remote is not a framework, it's a library that you use, and that's why whenever there's something in it that you don't like, you can immediately use anything else, and you're not stuck or bound to any boundary.
Okay, we have a lot of questions. So we have at least 4 left. Is there a built-in way of delaying with the database with more complex relationships?
So we are currently working on a more advanced relationship mechanisms that there is today. There is a basic many-to-one and one-to-many implementation with Remote now, and we are adding more. But the fun part is that at any point, okay, you can go ahead and write raw SQL segments. Okay, not complete statements. You can write complete statements, but you can also write small where segments where you can do things that Remote is not able to do and incorporate them into the Remote use case. So whenever you find that the basic way of accessing data doesn't fill your needs, you can extend it and use it anywhere you like to get the full flexibilities that you want. So the short answer is yes.
Yeah, no, but it's great how detailed and extracted your answers are. I think they're helping all of us. Someone says, I just want to ask about data concurrency here. Is it probably supported, but is there any demo?
So yes, by definition, whenever you call a backend method, the ones that we've shown before, I'm not sure my code, the ones that we've shown before for setting all completed, it's by definition or by default has a transaction around it. So it either succeeds or fails as a whole operation. Okay, and of course.
Let me check if you want to share your screen, we can do
no,
it.
No, there's nothing important. Okay. It's okay. It's just a statement. Okay, Perfect. So you can use transactions built in, and you can add any normal data concurrency method you use today to help you with that.
Perfect. Could you share your thoughts on adopting this approach might affect performance, particularly in applications that experience high levels of traffic? I think you mentioned this before, but...
So the idea here is that we found in many cases that not having 20 different implementation of your data access code actually improves performance. Okay, so because you use a consistent, battle-tested, highly optimized way of accessing the database, okay, you're getting performance improvement to begin with, and even on a small scale, even the fact that you have a lot less code performs better in terms of memory usage, in terms of Node.js capabilities. So this fully supports high levels of traffic. Of course, there's places to scale. Like, for example, if you're using for the live query, the server sent event default implementation, if you scale to 20 different servers or serverless, you'll probably scale up to use something like Pusher or Ably to manage that for you. At any point in time, you can scale up and grow further. But again, 450,000 deliveries a year. Just last week there was a holiday, so we distributed more than 25,000 deliveries on an Heroku server that cost me $7 a month, and a database it cost me $9 a month. So it really scales well.
Cool. And the last one from the audience is, could you share some best practices or design principles that developers should keep in mind when implementing a solution to reduce boilerplate code?
Be lazy. More than anything else, be lazy. There's so many tutorials that teach us to start to write an application with 3 different servers, a load balancer, 5 repos, 20 different ideas. Don't. Have a single repo, a single server, and grow from there. Get things done fast. Don't buy into all those tutorials on how to add things. Like, I've recently done another volunteer app with a few volunteers, and like halfway through the project, they said, let's add React forms. And I say, why? Okay, we already have something that works. We don't need to add. It's not about adding more tools. It's about getting things done with as little code as possible and as quickly as possible. Remember that, and also keep in mind maintenance. Keep your code easy to change. Many people write code like there's no tomorrow, but tomorrow comes. And there's a statement that one of my mentors once said, that maintenance is the second line of code. So write code that is easy to change, and don't over-architect your solution. Start simple. If you need to scale, you'll have the users and money to scale. So start easy, get there fast, and then adapt.
Perfect. Since we have the time, there's a question that we love to ask our live day speakers, and it is if you have any nice memories or anecdotes from the beginnings of your career that you would like to share with us.
Wow, the beginning of my career was so long ago, back in the 90s. I'm not sure if everyone here was alive, but I think that I'll go back to lazy. I'm a lazy developer from day one. And just to demonstrate how lazy I am, in the late 90s, I had a girlfriend who wanted my attention and complained that I wasn't calling her enough. So I wrote an app that will automatically text her attention messages every once in a while, which I thought was brilliant, and she enjoyed it until she figured out it was an app, and then she wasn't really happy. And I told her, hey, if I was a painter, I would paint you a painting, and that would be a great gift. Why don't you like my code?
Exactly, you were using your skills.
Yeah, but she didn't appreciate that as much. But really, I think laziness is a virtue. I think that when you're lazy, you can get amazing things done.
Perfect. And last, since you have delivered an amazing talk and we are always collecting call for papers, I would love you to encourage people to apply. Could you tell us more or less about the process of applying for the talk? How do you prepare for it? Maybe some tips that people can take into account.
I think in that perspective, I'm still a newbie speaker, and I would love to get some tips.
No one could say.
Well, really, to submit talks, it really is a skill that I haven't yet mastered. I'm still working on it. I think that it's all about talking about something that you're passionate about. Find something that you're passionate about and submit it to a conference. They can read your passion from your CFP. And also take in mind that even the greatest speakers I know, and I've spoken to quite a few leaders, have only 1 in 10 applications approved. So don't be discouraged by getting a lot of denials. I'll get so many denials every day. So just write a good pitch about something you care about, submit it, and be patient. It will come.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your tips, for your knowledge, for your time. And I hope to see you very soon, at least in the next conference, otherwise in the upcoming events.
Yes, I would love to. Thank you so much. It was a lot of fun, and see you later.
Thank you. Ciao, Noam.
Ciao.
All right. So now we will be off for a few seconds, and I will see you later for our next speaker. Hi there. Our second speaker today is a backend engineer that started programming with C at the age of 13, some years ago. He comes from the world of mathematics and worked as a software engineer at Cafe Bazaar, which is the Aaron's Google. And after that, he moved quite a lot until he found himself where he is now, working at Jodel as a software engineer. Welcome, Mohammad-Ali.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Great. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. I am looking forward to your talk. Can you briefly introduce us to what you will be explaining us today?
Sure. It's going to be about creating new RxJS operators. So I'm going to walk you through my experience. So I now have an NPM package with a bunch of RxJS operators to deal with arrays and tuples in JavaScript and TypeScript. So I'm going to explain how the whole thing works. And if you want to create new RxJS operators, how should you basically approach this part of the code.
Perfect. Then I leave the stage to you. Enjoy the talk and see you later.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the title of the talk, How to Create RxJS Operators, as I explained just now. So I'm going to do it in three parts: Rx in general, RxJS, how that happened, and RxJSX. And the fourth part is RxJSX. No, I'm joking. This is not the second, the fourth part. So that's my bio, basically. I'm a software engineer at Jodel, which is a German company that is so it's a social media application like Twitter, but it's anonymous and local. So you can see posts from your surroundings. And I'm also Docker captain, meaning that I create content on Docker and on tech in general. I'm based in Freiburg, Germany. It's in the southwest of Germany, the sunniest city in Germany, basically. And those are my links. If you want to connect to me, reach out, ask questions or anything. And yeah, so let's jump right into it. So ReactiveX, a brief history. So how did ReactiveX happen? ReactiveX is reactive extensions for different programming languages that now come in all different shapes and sizes. These all started, as legends say, that in 2007, the chief architect wrote an email to everyone that complexity kills. Basically, if you have done any concurrent programming or multi-threading in late 90s or early 2000s, you know that it's really hard to do that. It's really painful. You have to do many things, many low-level things manually, and that was basically the main reason it was super complex. And this person there was working at Microsoft at the time, Eric Meyer, Dutch guy, and he, after receiving this email, he started trying to build a new thing to address this issue of dealing with concurrent programming. So he created ReactiveX. First, he created Rx.net because it was Microsoft, and also RxJS. Later in 2012, Microsoft open source RxJS, so to have it to get contributions from the community. And next year, 2013, Eric Meyer moved to Netflix and started RxJava there because they were using Java at Netflix. So this is how this whole thing boomed. I arrived at Amsterdam in 2018. I was working at a company called Picnic at the time. And reactive programming was a huge hype there. So it was basically like what AI is now, or like cryptocurrency. And everybody was talking about reactive programming and it was so hyped. We had different implementations of reactive programming in Java. So we had, okay, so I arrived at Holland. That's how it looked like. And yeah, so we are having a lunch here so that you're not bored with the codes and stuff. So it was so hyped. There was a lot of different implementations of the same thing. So there were 4 implementations at the time that I knew. These are 3 of them. RxJava was one of them. Reactor was the implementation created by the authors, the creators of a Spring framework, which looked exactly like RxJava to a good degree. We had Akka streams. Java itself added streams to make this whole thing a bit easier. And that was how the scene looked like from a Java backend engineer's perspective. And one other point, so people used to call this whole paradigm reactive programming, but also sometimes functional reactive programming, which is another thing. And that's basically what signals are addressing. And we're going to have another talk about that, I guess, next. Yeah, so just as a side note, although reactive programming, Rx, is using a lot of components from functional programming, that's not functional reactive programming. That's something that is basically for UI and doesn't really help backend programming. In the meantime, RxJS was also evolving, and in 2017, a very nice decision was made in respect to the RxJS's API, and they introduced the pipe function, the pipe method of the observable. So if you look at RxJS 5, all these functions, all these operators, map, reduce, and all others are member functions of the observable object. So at the beginning of the object, the observable object was huge, as it is in RxJava now. And later in 2017, they started to basically refactor that and removed all these operators from the object itself. So since RxJS 5.5, map, reduce, and all these operator functions became independent functions, and they also lived in different parts of the repository. And the only thing the observable object had was these pipe functions that you could use to pass along these other functions, or other operator functions. This made it a bit more verbose, but it had a lot of different advantages. So I left Holland and came to Freiburg and started working as a backend engineer doing Node.js for the most time. And we were doing Node.js plus TypeScript, and I was wrapping everything in RxJS, so which is not very common in Node.js 4. So I expected the same hype that happened in the Java bubble to be also dominant in Node.js bubble, but in Node.js JavaScript world, RxJS was mostly used in Angular and not in backend. And because we in this company had Angular as frontend and a Node.js backend, I tried to be as much consistent between 2 projects and made this whole backend project also RxJS based. So all the functions were returning observables, and this made this whole code basically a lot of pipes. So also it's also a bit of fun part. So there are two types of people: the ones who wrote pipe in front of each operator function, and the ones who created one pipe for everything. And if you which type are you? You can write down in comments below. But yeah, so I used to be type 2 until I had a pipe that was 10 operators long, and the pipe function here didn't support that anymore, and so I had to turn back to type 1. Not very important, but the most important thing was that we had pipelines that were 10 operators long, and this whole code became basically huge pipelines, and especially because it's backend code, and we didn't have any states in there. So everything was basically piped together to get to the end result. And we basically became plumbers fixing pipes the whole time. And these pipelines were really hard to read because this is something that has been addressed in normal way of programming. If you have something that is not really readable, you have to introduce a function and put that part of the code in that function and then reuse that function. And this was not really the case here because this style of coding was not as popular. So this was how our codes would look like. We have this code that is a test case, and we get all the users, and then we have this reduce part, which is not really visible what's doing, and then we run this test against it in the next line. And to deal with these kinds of codes, we started, okay, first of all, halfway through so that it will get more interesting in a bit. We started using introducing new functions and then making the code more dry. So this part of the code that was a very ugly reduce, we introduced a function called accumulate as array. So now if I read this code, I don't know what is the implementation below accumulate as array. But if I read the code down there, I know, okay, it gets all these users, then accumulate because it's a stream of users, then it accumulates all of them into one array, and then in the next step, it runs a test. So it basically we started to apply the best practices of code that was introduced in other types of programming in this pipe hole that we had in here. And because of this pipe function of RxJS, we could do that. We couldn't do the same thing in RxJava, for example, because we couldn't create a custom function, accumulate as array, and then pass it along to this pipeline. This was a very intelligent, very smart API design to allow engineers and programmers to introduce their own operator functions and then use them into the pipeline. In turn, that had another side effect. So in Angular, for example, we have a lot of states because we have this web page that is on a web browser, and we have a lot of variables that stores the states of these things that are happening on the screen. We have, for example, the variables that store the values of different parts of the UI, the forms, field, and stuff like that. In backend code, it's usually not the case. Our backend code didn't have any states at all because, yeah, so we deploy usually in Docker containers, and we want to be able to kill these containers at will, because that makes the whole thing a lot easier. So we didn't have really almost any states at all. So because of that, it made this whole paradigm a bit harder, because through these pipelines, we had to store the results of the previous steps, and that was another thing we had to deal with. So I finally wrote a blog post on Medium, how to keep original value when transforming RxJS. So this is the problem. We have all the users, we get all these users from the repository, and then we want to get posts for each of these users. But then when we do a flat map here, then we lose access to these users. And to solve that, we started introducing things using tuples in TypeScript. So JavaScript doesn't have tuples like Python does, or like Scala, for example. But because in TypeScript you can have a specific types on arrays, you can have a type that enforces you to have an array with exactly 2 members, and exactly this type for the first member and this type for the second member. So you can really introduce tuples using arrays in TypeScript, and we leverage this attribute of TypeScript together with JavaScript and RxJS to create tuples and create operators that deal with tuples to basically keep the values in the pipeline. So this is one operator that we created. It's called flat zip map. So basically, when you transform user to something else, it keeps the value and basically zips the results into the input in the next stage. So in the next stage, you can see that we have user and post, and then you can do something with both because you haven't lost your access to it. I have also created this very nice marble diagram for flat zip map. So if you're familiar with Rx, and maybe it might help you understand what this operator does. Basically, when you flat zip map 2 things together, it basically is a Cartesian product of the values in the end. So we introduce a lot of these operators like flat zip map, and because I thought, okay, they are useful for me, they might be useful for other people as well, I started collecting them into an npm package and published it online and called it RxJS, which is extensions for RxJS, which is also funny because RxJS itself is extensions for JS. Anyways, I wrote this blog post, I think 3 years ago already. 13 handy RxJS operators. You can take a look into it. And there I introduced things like zip map, map former, project to list map, stuff like that. So how does this whole thing work? So creating, so that we now saw how it might help people to write better code, but how did we actually write these operators? This is maybe best shown by a few examples. So this is list map, which basically does a map on all the members of a list. So in JavaScript, you have a map for the arrays, but we created list map so that you can actually do both in one go. So you have and observable that has lists arrays as members, and you want to apply something on the values on the members of each of these lists. So as you can see in the upper part of this diagram, you have lists of values as input values, and then you do something and it goes to each of these members, array members, and transforms those. And this is how it looks like. First of all, if you want to create an operator for RxJS, you need this project function as an input function that gets T and returns R. And this list map gets, it's a generic definition. You get T and R so that you can have control over different types of input. And then the function returns operator function array of T to array of R. So basically, you have a list of numbers, for example, and you want to turn them into a list of strings. So the thing you have to do is to write a function here that turns number into string. And the implementation here is easy. You have a map, and then the elements are lists, and then you do a list.map, and then you apply this project function that you got from the input. This is the first and easy example on how to create an operator. The most important part is that the output type is operator function, and the input type and the output type. So this type is for the observable type. We also had zip map that would basically get the result of the function and put it side by side the input, so that we have both of them in the result. We again have T and R. The project gets T and returns R, but the operator function here have T as the input type, but the tuple of T and R as the output type, because we are zipping basically the output into the input. And this is how it looks like. The implementation, you have a map, and then you put value alongside project. This only works if this function doesn't return an observable. It's like the function is a regular function. And then we have flat zip map, which is for the cases that your function returns an observable. It's going to be a bit more complicated because we have to deal with more advanced typing. But basically, we have a project function that gets a T and returns an O for the observable type. And this O type extends observable input. We'll get to this also in the next example as well. But then the output is T. Again, it's here because it's a zip operator. And then here, because we are doing a flat map, we get the... So if for example, we have observable of a string, we want to have a string in here because we have done this flatten operator on it. And then it's observed value of O, which then makes it the type itself, not the observable of the type. And then the implementation is a bit more tricky because we have flat map in front, and you zip the value first turned into observable because we want to do a zip on it, and then the project of val, which is also an observable. In this example, we have observed value of an observable input. So if you want to deal with types that return observable in their project function, then this is how to deal with. And the next one is really pure madness, but I'm putting there so that you know how typing for more complex things are happening. This is called flat list flat map. This is basically if you have an observable of arrays of lists, and you want to apply a function on all the members of this list, but this function returns observable, and you want to also flatten that so that you have it at list at the end, not a list of observables. So the typing is a bit more complicated. You have T and R and O, and O extends observable input of array of R. So R is the output of this function. Your project turns T into O, and O is observable of array of R, basically. And the function, the operator function, gets an array of T and returns an array of R. And the implementation is not really important. It's too complicated, but two things. One is that you can put the non-observable type in front of the observable input type here, so that you can use it later. And here, the operator function basically only cares about what do you get as an input and what do you get as an output. This is basically how it looks like. We have this GitHub repo, RxJS. I can show you. We have all these operators here. These are the ducts. Yeah, so the ducts also have all the marble diagrams, all the examples, and how they work. And in the source section, we have these operators, and each of them have tests, and then we have the implementation. So you can look into different operators and see how typing works, how the implementation works, to get more examples in this regard. The npm package is called RxJS x/RxJSX. I wanted to name it RxJSX without this first part, but npm didn't allow me because it's too similar to RxJS. And then as Hacktoberfest is coming up in 10 days, you can actually go to this GitHub repo and contribute. If you want to add new operators, if you have an idea, if you want new operators to be added to this library, you're free to do that. You can contribute, add more operators. If you have ideas, you can just put the ideas here. Someone else will pick it up and implement it. And if you want the technical part, the technical challenge, there are also some ideas already here, and you can pick them up and fix them for Hacktoberfest, for example. And yeah, so also if you want to learn more about these operators, how useful they are, there is the link to this Medium article down here. You can take a look into it, and maybe it's useful for you as well. And that's, yeah. And that is a photo of me with my colleagues at Jodel, basically to wrap it up. In conclusion, make pipes dry. So we have dry principles in normal paradigm of coding, but we don't have the same thing for pipelines of like 10 adjacent pipes together and very huge pipelines. These operators make pipelines more dry, and TypeScript is very helpful here because we couldn't have done it without the very complex typing that is provided by TypeScript. Most of the time when I was introducing these operators, I would first go there and set the types correct, and I would make sure that these types are correct, and then the implementation was kind of obvious from there on, because then if I had the wrong implementation for this function, then the types wouldn't match, and then I would say, okay, there is something wrong with it, and then I would get the correct implementation based on the types that I had. So that's really helpful here, and yeah, basically that was it. Thanks a lot. Do you have any questions?
Hello. Thank you,
Hello,
Mohammad-Ali. It was super good to listen to all your insights, and I loved your slides.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were collecting all the questions that were placed in the Q&A chat. And also, I want to remember, because there's one asking if all these sessions are recorded. So I want to remind everyone that, yes, they are. They will be uploaded to our watch section after a few days. But also, everyone that is subscribed to the event will receive a recap newsletter on Friday with the recording as well. So no matter how many times you want to rewatch this, you can. All right. So before jumping into the technical questions, because I saw that you changed locations so many times, and I'm always curious to see how the experience of someone that has lived in so many places, I guess connected to work as well, has been. So how has the developer life treated you so far?
So basically, also fun fact, my last name means nomad, which now makes sense because I have changed my location so often. And yeah, so it's really interesting because then, for me at least, because you learn many different parts of different cultures, and then you can at the end mix them up and have your own like mix of these cultures, and you can pick the parts that you like, and then you carry on with yourself. And also it's a very great opportunity to learn different languages, I would say, because, for example, I was in Holland for 1 year, and yeah, I know a bit of Dutch, so sometimes it helps. It's when there is a Dutch text or something, then I can probably read it or something, or connect with the Dutch people here.
Yeah, that's great to build an international community and also to be integrated in a multicultural team that nowadays, hopefully, we will get more and more. It seems a bit more smoother to know other cultures rather than just working in the same location all the time.
True, it's really also interesting to see, okay, how different but at the same time similar people are. Like that, I would expect that, like, for example, in a country on the other side of the planet, people would be a lot different, but also they are super similar in some aspects. And yeah, these differences are really interesting.
Yep. All right, let's jump into the technical ones. Let's see what we can do for the audience today. One is, do you have examples of unit tests on your custom operators?
Yes, I can actually open one of them. Let's do one of the easiest ones. Maybe zip map. Oh, wrong file. Okay, so this is actually also written in Karma, I guess. So the same testing environment as in Angular. And yeah, basically, this is that I have an observable that has a 2 in it, and then I do a zip map to turn it into a string. And then here I test if the first part is a 2 and the second part is a string of 2. and that's basically the test. And then here I have another one which has an error in it, so I test how the error handling is working here. And yeah, so it's more complicated for more complicated operators like this one. But yeah, so the testing is basically not the most hard part of it. I don't know if the text here is visible. Maybe I can make it a bit more large. Okay, maybe it's better now. But yeah, so all of the test cases are also in this repository. You can take a look at all of them. I hope that have answered the question.
I hope so, but it's a good moment to maybe remember the audience how they can contact you in case they have not solved their questions after this Q&A session, or they want to deep dive into any of the topics. So maybe you can tell them.
Sure. So I'm active on Twitter. My Twitter handle was there in the beginning. It's basically Mohammad-Ali EN, because that's my English Twitter account. I have in other languages as well, but it's also written on my sleeve here. You can read it.
That's very useful.
Yeah,
I'll grab that idea.
Especially in conferences. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Another one. What is the key difference about stating multiple pipe statements for an observable rather than just one?
It's not different at all. So the only difference is the syntax. You can have one pipe with, I don't know, 5 different operators inside it, and you can do them one by one. It's at the end of the day exactly the same thing. The only difference is that this pipe function cannot accept more than 8 operators, if I'm not wrong. So if you have a very long pipeline, you cannot do it in one go. You have to do it either in multiple, like in 2, or like do one pipe in front of each operator. Otherwise, there is no difference other than syntactical. Yeah.
All right. Another one is, can you briefly explain the key differences between Rx JavaScript and R for Java when it comes to implementing an extending operator?
Mm-hmm. I don't think you can do this thing in Java because you don't have access. So the only way to pipe different custom operators in RxJava is to add them to the object of observable or flowable. But because you don't have access to that, you either have to go there and contribute to the open source project, or you basically cannot do that. The thing you can do is to create functions that would get an observable type and then return another thing, but then you cannot pipe them like you can do here. So you can have a function like, I don't know, flat zip map, and then inside it you have this pipeline, and then after that you continue your pipeline. So it's a bit harder to read because you have to jump here and there, and it's not a very clean pipeline. And maybe another difference is that in RxJava we have different types of observables in terms of the number of elements they have, and we don't have that differentiation in RxJS. And I think that that's a very good thing to do next, because, for example, in RxJava we have single, which is an observable that has exactly one element, and that's really helpful because then when you know there's exactly one thing in here, then you can do things differently. For example, in the latest RxJS implementation, these toPromise member function is removed because you don't know if you have one or many members on your observable. But if you know that it's a single and it has exactly one member, then you can return this toPromise thing there, or maybe introduce other operators that only work for things with one member only. Yeah.
Okay, one more. What are the benefits of separating operators from the observable object in Rx JavaScript?
Okay. Yeah, so the benefit is that all these things that we did here, like all these operators that I created, wouldn't have been possible if these operators were a part of the object. Because these are separated now, everyone can introduce their own operators and just pass them along into this pipeline. If you want to, if all these things were a part of the class, there either you had to like do this JavaScript hack to add your custom functions to this class definition, or you couldn't do that. You had to do this Java style that you create a function and you cannot really use it into the pipeline. Yeah.
Okay, and can you share some real-life scenarios where making your own Rx JavaScript operators can prove to be very practical and beneficial?
Yeah, so one example is that, so we had a few examples in the slides, but for example, we get all the users from some function, and we want to get all the posts as well. And then in the next stage, we need both the users and the posts because this function wants this information. And if you don't, so you can, for example, using these operators, easily do that. You can basically zip them together. If you want to write it yourself, then your code is not that readable. So in general, in programming, when you have a very low detailed, ugly piece of code, you usually put it into a function and name it properly so that the next person that comes and reads the code knows, okay, I understand now this part does this. If you write down this low level code inside your high level function, then it's not really readable. By creating your own operators, you can basically do that. You can create your own functions and use them alongside the usual operators that RxJS has, like in the library.
Perfect. And you will see the next one very soon on screen. You mentioned the Rx JavaScript X library containing operators for arrays and tuples. Could you give us some examples of the types of operators available in Rx JavaScript X and how they can simplify common tasks?
Yes. Okay, one example is that we have, maybe I can get some examples from this blog here. So for example, we have a function that returns something, but the return function is, so return type is an observable itself. And we need both of these values inside the pipeline. And we can do this flat zip map here and then keep both of these values in the next line. And then we have something else that is called project to former. And then after we are finished with the thing that we wanted to do with both values, we can get rid of one of them and then keep only one of these. So for example, project to former is when you have a tuple of 2 and then you want to keep the first part of it only, and then it will remove your second part of these tuples from all these members. Or for example, you have a list of things and you want to apply something in all of these. It's not as hard to implement, but for example, if you want to apply something that returns an observable on all these members of this list that are also wrapped in observables, then it makes a huge code, and then it's a very low level code. You can do something like list map or flat list map, and then it will transform all these members of these list members, and then you don't have to deal with these low level things. Yes, and yeah, so there are multiple examples. I can give more examples, but yeah. So another thing is that maybe that's an abuse, but we have this tab function on RxJS, which basically does something like you want to have something to do with this value at this point, but you want this to have a side effect, and this tab basically runs some function, but the returned value is discarded. The problem with tab is that it doesn't block your pipeline. So sometimes I wanted to do something and then block the pipeline from going on. So I would zip this result and then project to forward in the next stage, so that it was actually injected into the pipeline and then discarded in the next level, so that you had a very you had a blocking tab, so to say. Yeah, things like that. So there are many different use cases, I would say. I can also create another blog post with different use cases of these operators, maybe.
Yeah, it might be useful for the viewers. We actually have collected more questions. We have at least 9 to go, so we
okay. I have to be fast.
Yeah, no. Don't worry about being fast, because also if they have questions, they will reach out to you, just to let you know that it is a topic that has generated a lot of questions, and that's great. Next one is, are there any common pitfalls on challenges developers should be aware of when creating their own Rx JavaScript operators?
Yeah, so one thing that gave us troubles a few times was error handling, because usually when we write code for the happy scenarios, but like in many cases, an error happens, and also error handling is a complicated thing in terms of RxJS, and yet I would say that was maybe the most tricky part, so to have this error handled correctly, or so that your operator doesn't swallow the error or things like that. So you have to be careful with that, and also to have these types right, because if you have a small issue, like a small problem with the types in the beginning, then it might also lead to dysfunctional operator. Yeah.
All right. And what are some innovative or unique custom operators that developers have created, and have they benefited the RxJS community?
Good question. I don't know much. So the GitHub at some point started collecting information about who uses your npm packages or your code, and I saw a few people, a few projects using RxJS, but I don't have exact numbers. I also have numbers on the npm repository, npm package downloads, but so that's about it. I don't know how people use it or how often they use it.
Yeah, maybe it is connected to our question here. How can developers contribute their custom operators to the RxJS community, or share them as a third-party libraries for others to use?
Yeah, so you can basically create your own library, or you can add them to this RxJS library that I'm the maintainer of. So if you have an idea, you can basically reach out to me directly, or create an issue there and fix it, or basically it's also contains a lot of good examples, so you can also take a look at other examples and see how they work. So basically it's I would say also one important part is to communicate what this operator exactly does, and these marble diagrams are basically designed for that. And then you can also create these marble diagrams and a part in the README, so that other people in the community know what these operators are doing.
All right, and where are the limitations of RxJS operators?
Mm-hmm. Good question. Yeah, so if you mean the operators that are included in the standard library, I would say they covered many different things. So I would say you can basically build anything on top of these already available operators. And the basic limitation is that most of the code written in those operators are low-level code. And if you want to put them in your high-level program, then it's not really maintainable or readable. So I think that's the part. But so they couldn't have covered your cases. So I think this is the main reason they introduced this pipe member function, and then so that you can create your own functions and put them there and use them.
And are there any specific use cases or scenarios where creating custom RxJS operators can lead to significant code simplification or optimization?
I would say so, yes. So our backend code was basically pipelines like everywhere. So literally we had no non-pipeline code in there. So that we had many things that we were repeating ourselves in different parts. So we started collecting them and putting them inside functions. Like we had, for example, as I mentioned, this blocking tab. That was a tab that was made this pipeline to wait for its result, or this collect as an array, so that when you have an observable and a stream of values and you want to wait for all of them to resolve and collect them into one array and then like do something with it, then I can give many examples. So you can wrap them into functions, and first of all, it makes these things more readable, and then it makes them better testable. So you can, when you have one function as an operator, you can test that function thoroughly, and then with ease of mind use that all over your code, I guess. If you want to write it every time, then it's also harder to test.
All right, and back to open source and collaboration. If working on a team or contributing to open source projects, how can developers make sure that their custom operators align with the overall coding style?
Yeah, so for example, the thing that I would usually do for open source project is that I set up linters and some rules there. So for example, first of all, the code style is enforced by some formatting library, so that when you run npm run, I don't know, linter, and then it would make your code syntactically the same in the code style, the same with the rest of the code base. And the other thing is that so there are some things you cannot automate with linters and stuff, and this is why we have peer review. So you open a pull request, and that is being reviewed, and then so the reviewers give you some comment on how to be consistent with the rest of the library, basically.
And is there something that bothers you with RxJS, or do you miss something?
Nothing really bothers me that much. I would say if we had singles. So actually, a very good news is that since RxJS 8, if I'm not wrong, you can actually implement singles, because you have a way of controlling how many members an observable can have, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, so if someone takes the initiative and implements the singles type, then I think that would be a huge improvement to the RxJS library, because, for example, I would say 95% of the observable types that we had in our backend code were basically singles. We almost very seldom had observables with multiple values.
Yeah, and it is connected to the next question. What are the primary motivations for developers to create custom RxJS operators, and how these operators address specific needs or challenges?
Yeah, so I think my own primary motivation was that because I was using RxJS for backend, there were different use cases that it had. So because usually RxJS is used with Angular, which is a front-end library, and you have different requirements and different needs. And in backend, you might really need some stuff that are not as important for frontend. And then because of your specific need, you might face solving the same problem over and over again. And I would say creating these operators could solve these problems once. And if they are really repeating, then maybe someone else in some other part of the world has the same issue. And then if you put them somewhere that they can access, it will solve this thing for them as well.
And how do you envision the future of custom RxJS operators, and what potential innovations or trends do you anticipate in this domain?
Good question. It's hard to say because I think the most important aspect of the future of these custom operators is that people know that this can happen. So so far, I would say there were no much activity here because people didn't know that they could do that and didn't see enough examples of these custom operators. If we spread the word, then we can see how the future forms these custom operators. And also it depends to which part of the community these words are reaching.
Yeah, and how does the process of creating custom RxJS operators benefit the concept of code reusability and maintainability in software development?
Yeah, I say this is basically the dry principle that we have for regular code, the non-pipelined code. And so this is basically applying the same principle, but on pipelines, RxJS pipelines. If you're repeating yourself, you should create one part of the code and don't repeat yourself. So that part that is being repeated a lot can be tested and reused.
Super. I don't know if we have time for one or two more questions, but there's one that says, can you provide insights into testing and debugging custom RxJS operators?
Mm-hmm. Usually testing is not much hard. You just have to create enough test cases. Then you can also take a look at the repo that we have on GitHub. Usually the test cases are not hard. Like the implementation is maybe sometimes more challenging. And yeah, so and also Karma has a very nice means of testing, so that you can control what to do in case the RxJS observable fails or succeeds. So I think that's maybe a discussion for later, but that's not really hard. So you can also reach out to me, and then we can discuss in more details.
Okay, and we do have questions for the last one. What tips would you give to devs who are just starting with creating RxJS operators?
I would say the best starting point is this GitHub repo. You can take a look into the already available operators, see how they're implemented. Maybe you have an idea to improve some of these, and that might also we have a lot of issues there in the tickets. So there are some ideas for other operators that can be fitting into this whole library, and you can start with one of these, and that I think would be a great starting point.
Great. So is there anything you want to add, seeing the direction of the questions, before closing the talk?
That I am honored to be here, and I really enjoyed doing this. Thanks.
We enjoyed it too. Thank you very much for being here, and I hope to see you soon, maybe in another live day.
Sure. Have a nice rest of the day.
Have a nice day. Ciao, ciao. And we will now take a few seconds break and see you later for our third speaker of the day.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with, and salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.
Hello again. It's time for the third speaker of the day, Daniela Bonvini, who changed Japanese for front-end development. Hello, Daniela.
Hello. Hi, Sandra.
That is
indeed,
definitely a great headline.
Yes, it is. It was quite a change in my life.
Yeah, I would love to discuss that after your talk, but let's get into business
tell me.
first. Do you want to give a few ideas of what will be discussed today?
Yeah, sure. I will talk about Angular signals. So I will explain what they are, what they do, how they were created, and the supposed problem they create with RxJS if they're going to be replacing them. So we will explore all of the world in detail.
Perfect. I'll see you then later. I will be grabbing some questions from the audience and enjoy your talk.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yes, like they introduced me, I'm Daniela Bonvini. I'm a software engineer specialized in front-end development at SparkFabrik, which is a company in Italy. I would like to take a few seconds to really say thank to them because they give me the time to prepare this talk and also to explore these signals. Also, they really pushed me to do this talk. It is my first time speaking in front of such a large audience. So thank you to WeAreDevelopers for giving me this great opportunity. Also, if you want, check out our jobs page at SparkFabrik. So we are always searching for different kinds of jobs, and it's a really nice environment. I would like to start this talk with this quote from Misko Hevery, the creator of Signals, which is, once you use Signals, you immediately fall in love with them to have an idea of what signals are and how they are presented by the public. So why I chose to give this talk? Because at first, when I heard about signals, I didn't really think about them very much because they were still in development. So I thought, okay, I will use them in the future when they are stable. But then I kept hearing people having really strong opinions about them, saying, oh, they will replace RxJS completely, and the hype kept growing. So I got more curious, and I tried to understand them really deeply instead of just saying, okay, I will use them like so and so. But when you start studying something to really understand what are the workings under the hood, it is said that to really understand something, you have to be able to explain it to someone else. So I decided to make a talk about it, to try to explain it to someone else. And I really hope that my findings will be enlightening for some of you to maybe try to understand some things that we give for granted when using Angular. And also the rubber duck I usually talk to was pretty tired about hearing about signals. So as I said before, we will talk about the genesis or history of signals, what led to their introduction into Angular, what are the signals and how they work, the question of the century, so signals versus observables, which is better, if one of the other is better, practical examples of an e-commerce-like app, which uses observables and then it gets rewritten using signals, and then some final thoughts. So why were signals introduced? Was it because the Angular team was getting on the hype of being reactive as other famous frameworks that are around nowadays? I don't think so, and I hope you will get to see it too. I think it can be summed up by this quote by Alex Rackable, the tech lead of the Angular team, which says that the nature of web application is always evolving. The performance requirements evolve. The web platform itself is evolving. So Angular needs to be stable, but not stagnant. So we see that Angular is doing something to get renewed, because if you want to be a framework that gets used for some decades, you can't get stagnant. You can't be always the same. This is the PR that started everything, and we can see the in which it is stated that the process to introduce signals is working that has been going on for 10 years. Like the Angular team every year does a survey in which she asks users to say what they like and what they don't like about Angular. And amongst all the answers that they got, I think it's closed by today, because I checked today and sadly it was closed, but if you had the chance to do it, well done. And in this survey, like, they got all the answers from the users, and they got some most requested features, which can be summed up into a finer control over which UI components would have to be updated, some better performance for the application, which goes side by side with the finer control, some simpler code, and without using so much boilerplate, an easier first approach for first timers, because if you've been in the Angular environment for some time, you know that sadly it gets a bad rep of being difficult to learn and having a steep learning curve, and that is made a little bit worse by having to use RxJS, sadly. And the users also required this new feature to be glitch-free. These requests can all be summed up into needing to have more reactivity. But as I kept going on and kept hearing that Angular needed to be more reactive, I really got thinking about, what does reactivity mean? What does it mean to be reactive? If I think about a person being reactive, I think of someone that gets the ball thrown to them with super reflexes. And if we think about a framework being reactive, I think about the changes in the data model being shown in the UI in real time. Like when I click on a button on a page, or when I insert something in an input, that change is immediately seen up on the page. So I thought, okay, Angular already does it. But then I kept searching and searching, and I got, let's say, a reactivity shopping list, you might say, like looking at other frameworks or libraries like Solid.js or Preact or Knockout.js. They have, of course, their differences, but they have some things in common that make them truly reactive. Like they use immutable data structures, as in you can't modify the properties of the data structures directly. Instead, you have to create a new data structure with the updated properties you need. A unidirectional data flow that goes only one way. Being glitch-free, which means you don't have intermediate states of the user code in which you don't have everything that needs to be reactive is not updated at the same time. And fine-grained control over singular UI components to be updated. We can see that, in effect, Angular tries to be as reactive as possible, but it does miss these properties to be considered truly reactive. Like it uses JavaScript by default, which uses mutable data structures, mainly observables and objects and arrays. Angular, we all know, by default uses the two-way data binding, which means that the changes in the data model gets shown in the UI and vice versa, which is really useful. But the fact that it triggers a lot of automatic updates makes it less reactive. Being glitch-free, Angular tries to be as glitch-free as possible, but depending on how you use its APIs, you can have glitches, especially if you use observables. I would like to give a little bit of an example for this. So we can see that we have a counter observable which has an initial value of 0. Then we have is-even observables, which gets the remainder of the division with the module. And then we have a message which console logs the counter saying if it's even or odd. So we should expect a console log of an initial value of observable counter is even and is 0. And then if we update the value of the counter to 1, we should expect only another one console log saying counter 1 is odd. Instead, being glitch-free, not being glitch-free, we have observable counter 0 is even, observable counter 1 is even, observable counter 1 is odd. And that is what glitch-free means. If you would like, we can see just a little preview that signals don't have this problem. And if we console log, if we do the same exact thing with signals, we have signals counter 0 is even, signals counter 1 is odd, to say that they are glitch-free. Just a little fun preview. So the last item on the list is the fine-grained control. We all know that Angular uses Zone.js, which can be notified when something has changed into the tree component, but it doesn't know exactly what has changed or where, so it has to update all of the tree. I think it's important to understand a little bit better how Zone.js works. So I will give some examples of the different detection strategy that already exist and the one that Signals will use. So Angular, as of right now, uses Zone.js, which is a library that is in charge of detecting the changes in the browser. And every time it senses that something has changed, it makes a change detection cycle, which checks all of the components in the tree and updates the view that needs to be updated. But as we see, at every cycle, everything gets checked. If we have a big application with a lot of components, we have a very big loss of performances. The alternative to this is the Zone.js with on-push strategy, which means that every component uses on-push, and every time there is a change, that component will use the mark4check function, which will raise a flag that will say that that component needs to be changed. And on the detection cycle, it will be updated only the component that raised the mark4check flag and nothing else. This is useful because we have better performances, but it has the downside that not only the component that raised the flag, but also its parent components get updated. So still not perfect. Instead, with Signals, we will have only the update of the things that really have changed. So only the component or components that we need to will be changed, updated. Now that we've seen all of this, we can truly, let's go to the main part, which what are signals and how do they work? A signal can be seen as a box around a value that can alert all of the consumers that want to read this value when this value has changed. This value is always gotten via getter function, and that is what lets Angular track the dependencies of the consumers that are listening to the signal. You always have to initialize the signal, as you can get directly its value at all times. So you need to always initialize it. The basic types of signal are writable, which is a signal that can be updated using the set or also update or mutate functions, changing its value. So I can say count dot set 1. So I want to change the value to 1. Then we have the computed, which is a derived signal, meaning that you can't directly set the value of a computed, but it uses other signals to get its value. So in this case, for example, double count gets its value from count and applying an operation of multiply by 2. The interesting thing about computed is that they're lazy. So if you don't try to read their value, they don't get reevaluated. So they're really useful for complex operations, like maybe filtering an array. Another signal, which is not really a signal, is an operation that derives from signals, is the effect, which takes a signal and does a side effect about whenever this signal changes. A difference that effect has with computed is that effect gets called at least once, because it's tied to the Angular view framework, to the Angular view updater. So at least once you will see this console log. So seeing that computed and effect derive their state from a signal or signals, how can we be sure that that they are glitch free? How can they be not in a derived state, intermediate derived state, in which I don't have all my synchronized values? This is because signals use the push-pull protocol. If we consider a producer, which is the one who has the data, and a consumer, the one who tries to read that data, we can see a first phase called the push, in which the producer sends a notification to all of its consumers saying, okay, my value has changed. So the consumer takes note and keeps track of the fact that its cached value of the signal has changed, so it's no longer correct. In this phase, really, really important, no side effects and no recomputation of derived values happen. So no computed gets computed, no effects get this console log or anything else. When these notifications get passed to all of the consumers, then we can start the second phase, which is the pull, in which all of the consumers pull the last updated value of the signal, and then they recompute their initial value. So here we have the side effects and all of the recomputations. I have another little example. So in this case, we have a signal of a simple writable signal with a value of 1. And then we have another double with that multiplies by 2 the value of count. And then with an effect, we console log double value is the value of double. As I said before, we will see a first console log with double value is 1, because it gets called at least once at the rendering of the first rendering of the component. And then we have multiple sets. So set 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we weren't in a glitch-free environment, maybe we could have some cases in which we would have double value is 4, double value is 6, double value is 8, and so on. Instead, we know that first there is the push. So the signal will say, okay, my value has changed. And then when the value is set and the computer can do the pull, it will pull the last updated value. So we have double value is 2, the starting one, and then double value is 12, which is the last one. And that's the magical signals. By now, the more practiced of you with RxJS may think, okay, signals are nice and all. Yes, we have glitch-free, but all in all, they're pretty much similar to observables. So why do I need to use signals? Are they really necessary? To answer this question, I would like to open a small parenthesis to explain really fast what are observables for the people that maybe don't know them very well. So an observable is a collection of objects which can be observed in time. Unlike a normal array, it does not keep track of its values. of its elements. It just emits them in a continuous stream. To make a silly example, we can imagine an observable as the attendant manning the drive-through window of fast food. It just knows that it has to give the boxes of collection of objects to the consumers in a continuous stream that goes on during the day in an uninterrupted line of consumers that go by during the day. As much as observables can work with synchronous data, they shine truly with asynchronous data. So, for example, HTTP calls or even clicking on the keyboard or clicking with the mouse, because there are events that you don't know when they happen. In this table, I tried to compare signals to observables to see how they can be considered different. Like we already said that the synchronicity is what puts them apart. So signals are really good with synchronous because they always have their value available. That is also why we have to initialize them with a value. While observables are synchronous. Deriving from this, observables are affected by time, whereas signals are not affected by time. Really interesting and important is the subscription and subscription part, because with observables, you know that we have to subscribe and unsubscribe unless you want some memory leak problems. Instead, with signals, this is implicitly done by the Angular framework, as we've seen with the getter function. The data is directly available. With signals, you call signal with the parentheses, and you have the value. With observables, you have to extract the data from the stream by subscribing to them. And also, we've seen signals are glitch-free, whereas observables are not glitch-free. So, the biggest question of the century is, signals are definitely better than observables, of course. Well, not really. It depends. If you have values that change, but they're not affected by time, so their value is constant, you can use signals, which are really simpler than using RxJS. So, for example, if you have a form validation status or you have to use some router parameters, signals are perfect. But if you have a stream of events that change over time, then you have to use observables, like with HTTP client and even event emitter APIs. So it's really a matter of using the right tool for the right job. This field is really without any meaning, also because the RxJS team has already implemented these two functions, to signal and to observable, which are self-explanatory, that you can use to have some interoperability between signals and observables. And I think that is really important, because what I've seen so far, from my personal experience, of course, is that the Angular team and also the libraries that work really well with Angular, they always try to do some retrocompatible functions and new features to always allow people to keep using older versions of the framework, or also newer versions of the framework using other features without really risking to making something explode, or without really forcing someone to use the new features. Like if you don't want to use signals, you can still use in the future just RxJS. You have no strings attached. So let's skip fields to really important things, like, can you add heavy cream to carbonara sauce? Well, no, never do that, please. So I would like to give you now some little bits of examples. These examples are taken from Deborah Curata, which is a really amazing tech content creator, and go check out her YouTube channel and her GitHub repo after this talk if you have the time. This here are snippets of code for an e-commerce-like app that uses a cart service. We will see in particular the cart service part and the cart total part, in which we have operations on the cart like add, remove, and so on. So for starters, let's start with the simplest part, the TS. We don't see much differences here, of course, but we can see that the cart total component is, we can see that we have some difference in the way that the variables are written. So we have the dollar signal, for example, that if you're new to the RxJS world is kind of difficult at first to understand. You can say, okay, well, it's not a simple variable, so you have to know it. Then we have the HTML, which let's see it like this. We can see that we have in the observables one, of course, we need the pipe async to subscribe in a template to the observables to get our value. Instead, in the signals one, we just have to use the normal way, function-like way, the signals to get the value. This can be really useful because if, like in this case, we use various pipes to transform the result, like in this case with pipe number, I think it's really easier to streamline the data flow, to make it easier to read. Also, a really nice thing is that we no longer have to use the question mark because we don't really, we know that we won't have undefined values because from the fact that we have to initialize signals at the beginning, we will say that cart items, for example, will have at least one cart item, or we will already check that it is not undefined. So for the really interesting part, the cart service, we can see that roughly with the observable, we have 87 lines of code. Instead, in the signals one, we have 57 lines of code. Of course, not always when we have fewer lines of code, it means that the code is better. But in this case, we will see that it is. To see some zoomed in snippets of code from the service, we can see the difference in the total price computation. In the observable one, we see that we use RxJS operations, which, if you're not familiar with RxJS, but let's say even if you are kind of familiar with RxJS, it's kind of difficult to understand at a first glance whatever is happening, whatever this total price is giving out, it's returning. Instead, using the signal, we have the computer and it's pretty straightforward. Same thing goes from the, for example, one of the actions. If you want to remove an object from the cart, in the observables, we have to do the next, saying what will be the next item, and then we will say what action we want to perform upon the subject. Subjects are, of course, an observable. It's just that they are multicast instead of unicast. So I will call them observables. The remove from cart instead uses the update function, which directly modifies the cart items. So we see that we just filtered the item that we don't need, and we will have the cart items updated. We've seen in the slide before that for the remove from cart operations, we use the modify cart function, which is what was the biggest part in the difference in lines of code from the service. So we can see that this is the part that we cut off. You can see, just to see what we will not have to use. We have to say, yeah, like the action from subject to observable, and then we will say, okay, these are the cart items. So we will use, yeah, yet other difficult to understand operations like it seems like obscure black magic. And then we will have the modify cart operation that we have all the different cases. Instead, like here we have the delete part, like return items filter. Instead, with the signals, we already have everything we need already into the signal and the update function of the signal. So to sum it up, let's have some small final thoughts. We've seen that starting from the user's request from the beginning, that we're saying that we needed to have some less code use, some using some less boilerplate. We needed some more easiness to use code, some better performance, which is definitely given by the fine-grained control over every single components that will get updated only when they need to. We will now have the glitch-free synchronization of values. So we will be sure that every time we update something, we will get the last updated value that we really need. We will have definitely more activity, as we've seen, which is given by all of the above implementation, like additions. But of course, we will have no real substitution of observables, but they will coexist peacefully. Instead, we will get to choose which one we will have to use for the different cases. So that was all. I think I went a little bit too fast, I'm sorry, but it's been real nice giving this talk, and I really hope that it gave some of you some insights inside some less known parts of Angular, and also that maybe for the ones of you who didn't really know something about signals, it gave you something to think about and made you understand them a little bit better.
Thank you very much, Daniela. It was a great presentation, and we have quite a lot of questions, so that's very good. And
yeah, sorry, I went too fast. I thought it was going to get a little bit longer.
It's super normal. It also happens to me when I prepare a presentation. It's 1 hour, and then I go on stage and it takes 10 minutes. So it's absolutely normal. But this is good because it leaves space for people to place questions that enrich the content that you have been sharing. So we will jump into those very briefly. But first, to break a little bit the ice, I really want to hear the story about your career change from Japanese to front-end development, as we said at the beginning.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, yes, I studied Japanese for, I don't know, maybe 10 years, I think. And then I figured it wasn't really my path. And then for some, I don't know, strange occurrence, I worked on in a project that tried to put up a dictionary for Japanese online. So I started to learn HTML and CSS. And then from there, I made my thesis about building a little bit of an application using JavaScript and HTML and CSS for learning Japanese onomatopoeia. So that's what started me liking that. Also, my father is an engineer, retired engineer, so I always was around computers and games and stuff. That's why I learned English, like playing video games. And so
I think many of us did.
yeah, I also have many friends that study that are engineers. And then I don't know, I just didn't find my path, and then I always was curious about software engineering. So I took the leap, I put away some money, and then I started at 30 years old. I started again university, and I got my degree in the 3 years, and then I have been working for some time in software development.
That's amazing, and also quite quick career path for as a developer, but very fruitful, as I see.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, never give up on your dreams. Like, don't let age stop you from doing what you want.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks a lot. And let's jump into the technical questions. Let's see what we can do for the audience today. First one is, how do Angular signals fit in the landscape of front-end frameworks and libraries? Are there any implications for developers who work with other frameworks such as React or Vue?
Okay. Implications for developers, I'm not sure I understand the question correctly, but I think if you say that there are similarities, if that's what you're into, yes, there are, because the Angular teams took inspiration for signals, I think mainly from Solid.js. I've seen I've seen a video in which they said that they talked with Ryan Carniado, the creator of Solid.js, and they had long talks about how they could implement signals. Of course, Angular signals are a particular implementation made especially for Angular for the specific requirements that Angular had. But if you already know signals from other frameworks, of course, it would be simpler to use them because they have lots and lots in common. So about the first part of the question, how do Angular signals fit in the landscape of front-end frameworks and libraries? Oh, I think it was pretty much the same. So yes, I think it will give Angular the edge that some Angular detractors are saying it misses right now. So yes, more activity, more modernity, we can say, because yes, it will be similar to the newer frameworks.
All right. And how does the Angular community view the adoption of Angular signals? Have there been any notable success stories?
Well, they are still in development. They are not yet officially implemented. Success stories? Well, I've seen, like the example I've used, we have seen that already that could be implemented in simplifying the code and really streamlining what you need to do. The Angular community, well, it's difficult to say because I've seen 50-50. There are some people, even if you go to the original RFC in which they introduced signals, you can see people that are either really, really excited about them and can't wait to use them, and people that are really not convinced by them, and they can be split between those who maybe know RxJS better and saying, okay, we don't need signals and they are useless, we already have something like that. And those who say, okay, RxJS, yes, it's really powerful, but it's also really, really complicated to learn. So, so signals would be a really nice addition. And I don't know, I think it will all come down to when signals will really get implemented, like for real, and also with the introduction of the signal-based components, which will not happen, I think, until Angular 18, from what I've seen from a recent tweet. Can we say tweet anymore? I don't know. But
I think we are still using it. It's the family name.
A recent X, let's say. But yes, I think that would be the real game changer, because signal-based components, I think, will be the real difference in how you use Angular.
All right, you will see the next question on the screen very soon as well. Are there any differences in the way you handle asynchronous operations and side effects when using Angular signals compared to traditional methods?
Well, yes. With signals, you can't handle asynchronous operations. You have to convert the observables to signals with the RxJS interoperability functions that I've shown pretty much until near the end of the presentations. And also the side effects, yes, are a little bit different. Also, an interesting thing about effects for the signals part is that you can't use them to set the new signal value. Well, that is interesting. I have a stack bits with this example, but I don't want to show it because it's something you shouldn't do, because in theory, effects are just some operations that you do reacting to the changes in the signal. So you don't really, you shouldn't really change signals inside of them. But with some little known operations, you can also use effects to set the signal. But yes, I think they're kind of different, because they are different for the scope in which they use signals and other traditional methods, if you intend RxJS for traditional methods.
All right. And could you explain how error handling works with Angular signals? Is it the same as observables or other asynchronous patterns?
Okay. Yes, that's quite a concern, because as of right now, that I know of, you don't have error handling with signals. So as I've seen on, I think it was Mike Pearson, he did a video in which he tried to give an alternative way of getting error handling. What I've seen so far is that you convert the signal to an observable and then you use the catch error.
Okay. Next question. What kind of performance benefits can developers expect when using Angular signals compared to traditional approach?
Well, of course, you have, I don't have numbers. Sorry, I don't have numbers. But as we have seen, you will, of course, get a performance benefit, especially if right now you don't use the on-push strategy for all of your components in the app. You will see faster apps because, as I've explained with the Zone.js change detection cycle, you will only get to update just what you need to update and nothing else. And also, you won't have to have a lot of operations without using RxJS, so you don't have to have all the maps or the pipe. You just have to do the update, for example, for the computed, and then you would have a new value. So I expect a lot of performance benefits.
All right, we still have a few questions to go, at least 6 that I see here. Are there any specific best practices or patterns that developers should follow when implementing Angular signals in their projects to ensure maintainability and scalability? Okay.
As of right now, of course, there aren't still some written in stone best practices. So as I said to the question before, don't set your signals in the effects, because that's not what they're meant for. Also, always initialize your signals. You can initialize them to null or undefined, but I really don't endorse this, because that's not what they're meant for. I've also seen yet another interesting article in which maybe like the best practice I can think of right now is when signals will be operational, just stop and think if you really need to use them. Like, do I really need signals for what I need to do, or am I just using them because they are new? Because I've seen one example online in which also Mike Pearson, in which he showed a Tetris application in which the front image of a dinosaur that went left to right, like simple like GIF, and it was made in RxJS, and then it was remade using signals. But the way it was made using signals was much more complex, and it used much more code. And so he said, yes, like we can say that from great power comes great responsibility. So I think the most good practice right now is think about whether you have to use them. like they're useful, but not always.
Okay, and what's your most important tip for a beginner developer?
That's a nice one. Never lose hope, because I know that starting, like when you start, it's really difficult to get the hang of things, and also if you study independently, it's really difficult. You get stuck pretty much always in tutorial hell, in which you do the simpler things, and then you cannot do the more complex things. So I would advise you to don't lose hope and be part of our community if you can, or maybe try to. A lot of people contribute to open source. I still don't contribute to open source myself, but I know it's a great way to get the step from beginner to intermediate, because you get in practice what you learned, and then of course you will fail. But don't take the failing in the wrong way, because it's from failing that you grow. If you do everything perfectly, you don't grow, you don't get better. So that's really important. And also, really important, ask questions. Ask the stupidest questions also. It doesn't matter. Ask questions, because I can assure you from personal experience that 80–90% of the time, the questions you dare to ask are the questions that other people are thinking, but they don't dare to. So questions always about anything.
Yeah, and we can also see that even experienced developers can tell their career comes to learning and learning and learning. It never stops, and testing yourself. So I really appreciate that tip of advice. And can you, back to the Angular signal topics, can you give us any pros and cons about whether to adopt Angular signals in a project?
Well, as I said, it depends on what you're trying to achieve. You have a lot of asynchronous data, lots of HTTP requests. I don't think Angular signals per se just using Angular signals is a good idea, because yes, you can convert them to observables, but I think it will get a little bit messed up in the end. And instead, if you don't use them to make lots of calls to the backend, or to keep track of asynchronous events like mouse clicking or keyboard clicking and so on, you can use signals for let's say for the simpler things. Most probably, I think that we will have a situation in which we will use both. So you will use signals for the simpler things, like for example, for form validation, which is always difficult to keep a track of, but signals will be perfect for that. And instead, for the calls to the backend, so the managing the HTTP client, we will use observables. So I think signals will revolutionize the way we use Angular, but I think they will keep working together, mostly in the bigger apps, of course.
And how do Angular signals work with other Angular features and libraries like Angular Forms or Angular Materials?
I don't think they have still an implementation. I don't think so. The only library in which I've seen something is the component for NGRX. So you know that we have the store, component store, and I've seen some signals component store, I think, but it's still an RFC, so it's not yet available.
And NGRX has been dependent of RxJS library heavily. Any idea if they are trying to try out signals?
Yes, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know if I have it here. Let me check. I'm checking my library. My library. Okay, I don't have it. Because I used to have it. Sorry. Because that's something I was interested in including into this talk.
I think it's a question very common when you're into this.
Okay, it's a signal store. So if you go to if you search for signal store, you will find some articles that think about it. Let's see. I'll show you in just. Okay, this is a video about it. That's not what I was thinking about. Sorry, this is not prepared. The beauty of being live.
Yeah, and the beauty of Q&A sessions.
Okay, so this is a playground in which you can try using the new Signal store. Well, I think you can try using it, but as you can see, it's a store made for signals, and you have the GitHub repo at Marko Stanimirovic and GRX Signal Store Playground. Like if you search for them, you will definitely find them on Google or any other site. So yes, you will have a glimpse into what they can do, but it's not implemented yet. It's just for in development. But it's interesting that they already made something like this.
Mm-hmm. All right. What resources or tools are available for developers who want to start using Angular signals in their projects?
Of course, always read the Angular official documentation, because it's gold. It's really, really well done, and it will explain everything in simple terms. Also, if you want to know more about the workings of signals and computed, like the push and pull protocol I've explained, there was a simplification. Of course, there are lots of other workings in there. You can go to the signals GitHub repo, in which there is a README file on signals, which is very comprehensive, and it explains everything really well, what signals are, the workings, how you can use them, examples. So documentation all the way. And also Deborah Prata's videos, which I use the examples from, I think are really, really good to understand them.
And is Angular signals the new best practice for all these simple things?
I think so. I would not say it out loud, but yes, for the simple things, I really think so. And of course, I use them for the stack splits or for little things, but I really can't wait to use them in my company's project. Like we already talked with my team, and we are waiting for the official implementation to use them. So I don't know, maybe in a couple of months, I can answer with first-hand examples, but yes, I think so.
And so far, what do you think are the limitations of Signal? Are there some features missing?
As we said before in the questions, the error handling is something that is missing, and the fact that yes, they can't deal with asynchronicity, but it's not something that you can add. It's just how they work. But overall, I think this is a question that maybe we'll have a real answer using signals, because of course, when you use something, you get to know what are the problems with them.
All right. And what beginner level project could I start including Angular Signal?
Well, I think the pretty much standard projects are a list of to-do list. It's pretty simple to find them online. So, and I think that will be perfect for using these signals, because you will have a lot of activity like adding and removing things from the to-do list. If you want to do something a little bit more complicated, an e-commerce app like the ones I've shown here. So of course, yes, we have you have to manage the storage with the items, the cart with adding and removing items. Also, if you want to show the total of the items that you can buy, totals, subtotals, adding discounts. I think this would be a really good starting point. If you want to do something a little bit smaller to start, maybe doing a little form and then you can see how signals can integrate, maybe doing some validation for the inputs.
All right, I think we have time for a couple more questions. How does the introduction to Angular signals impact the learning curve for developers who are new to Angular?
This would be a great improvement, I think, because right now, when you start learning Angular, you pretty much have to learn RxJS, even to do the simplest things. Like, yes, for example, if you don't want to use variables for everything, like in the wrong way for even a simple to-do list, for a commerce app, you have to have a store. And if you have a store, of course, you have to use RxJS and GRX. But with signals, you could do these things without having to learn all these other libraries, which are really, really powerful. And if you want to be complete engineer, I think you have to learn them at least at a basic level. You have to understand what they do, because as I said, I don't think they will go away soon. So you will have more time. Like, I think it would be a softer approach. So you will learn Angular and you will have to learn how Angular works. But with signals, you won't have the added complication of also learning another very difficult library. So I think it will be a little bit easier, in which you will have more steps. So you will learn Angular with signals, and then you will learn RxJS and NGRX in a second moment.
Yeah, we also got this question with another speaker, but do you think it's better to learn JavaScript before Angular?
Well, yes, because Angular yes, because Angular is based upon JavaScript. Well, it's based upon TypeScript. So I would suggest to you first learn JavaScript, then learn TypeScript, or see what makes TypeScript a little bit different from JavaScript, and then use Angular. Because if you don't understand JavaScript I think some things of Angular will be kind of difficult. That's my opinion, of course.
All right. And can you share insights about the development and release cycle of Angular signals? Are there plans for further improvements or additions to this feature in upcoming Angular versions?
Okay. As far as I've seen, there are, of course, plans for improvements, but I've not seen specifications about what. For sure, I know that they are working, as of right now, into the signal-based components, as I said before. But a recent tweet about one of the Angular team developers said that they will not implement it into Angular 17. So, most probably they won't be implemented in Angular 17. So maybe we will see them in Angular 18. The Angular team is very reticent. Like, they don't like to say, okay, this thing will be in this version or this thing will be done, because of course, as we all know, development isn't always linear. But they are for sure working about signal-based components. And I've also seen that they are thinking maybe in the future of going completely zoneless, so without having to use Node.js. But of course, it's you can't have a time on that, because if you take off zone, like the apps that work with previous versions of Angular or apps that don't use signals won't work anymore. So that's something they're thinking about, but they really don't know when that will be implemented.
All right, so we are at the end of the Q&A sessions. Thank you, all the viewers, for the questions. Thank you, Daniela, for answering them so insightfully. And I hope that people get in touch to you with more insights and questions, and hope to see you soon as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. And we will go for a 20-second break before our last speaker.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with, and salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.
Welcome back. And here we are with our fourth speaker of the day. He comes from the software developer industry and has very nice companies in his portfolio. I see Samsung and Cisco. And I also understand from his bio that he is one of these active people that we would love to have in our teams. Welcome, Indu.
Hey, hello everyone. You're able to see and listen me?
Yes, we can hear and see you very well.
Yeah. So hello everyone. Namaste and good morning. I'm from United States and working for Cisco Systems, having 12 plus year experience in software development industry. Today I'm going to explore modern web development in Angular. And here is the agenda. Today I'm going to follow introduction, what is Angular, Angular architecture, Angular CLI, state management, best practices, testing and debugging, and conclusion and QA. So hold for a moment. Here is the introduction I'm going to give you, like what is modern web development when we talk about, right? So earlier, before a decade back, like front end and back end is all married together and they serve together from the server to client, right? But now when we talk about modern web development, it is all separated. So front end and back end cannot separate entity into the deployment and server separately too, right? Even front end driven through the APIs, sockets, or mock data, whatever, that doesn't have any tightly coupled relation with the backend. So here is like when I see the modern web development into the web development is kind of like that has some attribute that should have to call it modern web development, like a proven architecture, seamless development, experience and design system. Like it should be progressive, it should be single page application, API driven and server side rendering, unit testing, CI/CD in the end-to-end testing, optimization, build system, right? And doesn't matter where it is going to deploy. Maybe serverless, maybe containerization, maybe orchestration, maybe on promise too, right? So when I see modern web development is going from develop to build to test to deploy in mock data environment, dev environment, production environment, etc., right? So a couple of things I'm going to explore here that is related to the modern web development. Uh, in most cases, we won't enable this like WPA, like offline access and push notification. These are kind of flexibility that a modern web development given us, and it is proven. Like application is running, suddenly server down. What happened? It can serve a user experience with the offline data, right? Angular universal is kind of also like server side of rendering. So before some time back, when Angular 1, Angular 2, even React first version release, there is no support of the SEO, right? Search engine optimization. Now through the Angular universal, we are getting these features like the Angular app serving from the server itself. It also kind of like a modern web development, it also enables like how to build a front end, right? So building a front end means that is could be secure and smaller in size and more efficient at the runtime. This is also one of the key feature that a modern web for development process could enable. And like most of the time we talk about how to deploy web, right, or application. So it should be anyway, like on promise or serverless computing environment, like AWS, Azure, or any cloud platform. And it can be orchestrated, right? I'm not sure how many of you know Kubernetes, but it can be kind of deploy at a scale. And when I'm saying deploy at a scale means front end deploy at a scale, then back end. So here, like in the modern wave development process should include front end and back end all separately. There is no tightly coupling between these two components, can run separately and just they marry with the socket or REST API or any other source of data, right? Even the services or with the mock data or so on. And let me start while we know right now is what is modern web development, let's talk about Angular. So Angular is nothing but a platform, right? It is a library, but certainly like Angular community is built the way like that call as platform. It is a framework that give us a component-based framework for building a scalable web application, a collection of well integrated library that cover variety range of flavor like a feature include routing, forms, management, client server communication, and more. Suite for development tool like how to build, how to develop, how to test, and how to update your code, right? So this is all about Angular, and Angular is single page application framework. Likewise, React. Likewise, there are many into the market and many famous into the market. Like React is getting more traction, Angular is getting more traction, right? So these are two common famous library that is based on the same philosophy and same architecture. Today we are going to talk about Angular in this session. So let's talk about architecture. Like what a single page application have. Single page application can have module, component, and component can have template, data binding, directives, pipes, right? And apart from it, like metadata, services, and dependency injection, right? So if you see, like metadata is key for the component, right? I mean, when we talk about module, like metadata that provide initial data to the modules or component to, so that module or component could be derived, right? So let me talk about module. Module is nothing but a group of component, directive, pipe, and services for better organization and scalability. So module consists everything and can consist one, either can consist service or a component, directive, pipe, whatever out there. And these are the back pillar of the Angular. Like if we talk about Angular app, means there are four commonly pillar for Angular apps is module, component, directives, pipes, and services that drive the Angular app. Here in example, I'm showing the bootstrap. It means that how efficient that particular component load onto the browser side of it. And let's talk about component. Component is basically the directive itself, and that is used to encapsulate part of user interface and associated functionality. It is responsible for rendering the view, handle user interaction with the specific part of the application, right? What it consists HTML, CSS code, template expression, data binding, directives, and component interaction. So when I say component, means that there are three types of component exist into the Angular architecture. Like component itself, that I told you, like it is a directive, and directive is also a form of component, and the pipes. And these three pillars work together to serve a component view to the user. Component handle the presentation logic, directive enhance the behavior and appearance of the elements, pipe help to format and manipulate data for better user experience. So when I talk about component have a certain life cycle, right? Without it is like a journey when application load to when application destroy. This is whole life cycle consist, and each life cycle method has a purpose in a way. So it's enable you to perform action at a specific moment in a component. And it is kind of any component. When I talk about component, it means that it is a class, so it should be construct in it, and at certain point it need to be destroyed, right? Once it's created, need to be destroyed, because earlier I was talking about services, like it is a dependency. It is a we are providing some services to the component. In that case, that service also need to be destroyed, because we injected that, and it is form of service, that servicing to the component that need to be destroyed. So life cycle is facilitating to the developers to write seamless code that can construct and destroy the way it construct. And for more, I can explain more, but I put on slide a little detail. So if there is any question or something, like at the end, I will take the question answer on this. But details are here. Each component lifecycle hook has their personal responsibility throughout application, throughout component delivery. So let's talk about data binding. Next section. So data binding is kind of Angular gives us a flexibility to one-way or two-way data binding. It support both. So there are some data binding that related to the visualization on the UI, and two-way data binding is more of flushing data from template to the component lifecycle, and lifecycle to the component template component, right? So first, interpolation, that is just injecting data to the template. Property binding is likewise some image or class or CSS, whatever we want to bind. And event binding is, let's suppose template is going to view to the user, right? So user has to perform certain actions. For that, we have like event binding properties that kind of interact with the user to perform certain actions onto the UI. And data binding is again user interaction. User feed data onto the template, and template data flush out to the TS file and process and go to the backend. So data binding is a key throughout the component or view journey onto the browser. How users see data versus how user interact with the data. It is kind of two-way. Either you are viewing data or plug and play with the user uh, user interface to perform certain actions. And directives. So directive, earlier I explained, like a directive is used to manipulate the behavior of the component. How a particular component, how a particular element, how a button, how a div is going to behave in throughout the user journey into the application. So directive are fundamental building blocks that allow you to extend the functionality and behavior of the HTML element into the template. It a component are directive, right? I said, like anything you see onto the user interface is directive. It is it is a property bind with the HTML art template that behave when user do certain actions. Like let's suppose someone mouse hovering onto the element, and color of element gets changed, right? How it happened? It is a directive that drive the whole element the way that is coded. And directive directive has three properties, three type of directive that we have. First, I told you, like a component directive itself. Second is attribute directive, that let's suppose on this paragraph element, and we want to change the paragraph color depend on the user input. That is called attribute directive. I mean, driving through the attribute for a element onto the HTML. And certain structural directory is there, that is more important. We do use them day to day. like every day in our development process. So what it does, it is define the structure, conditional structure onto the template, how that template is going to drive with the dynamic data is certain limitations. I mean certain conditions that particular element is going to drive is a responsibility of structural directives like ng if, ng for, and any ng switch. Like ng if, like if certain conditions that need to display a particular set of element onto the template, that can be driven through ng if. There is ng if then else condition also, that is not listed, but there are more available out there. Likewise, ng for is kind of and ng for off, like these are the directives kind of forming the list, forming the table onto the template, and so on. Ng switch is also conditional statement and a structural directive for the Angular template. And pipes. Earlier, you remember, like I was saying, there are three types of component. First is component itself, directive, and the pipes. Pipes is also the same as directive. Likewise, likewise, uh, likewise a directive, but it is formatting the data. Like it is more of like how user wants to see data. That is for that pipe is there. It is transforming data from one format to another format. And why is there? Because we know like backend flush the data in different format for many reasons, like date, currency, decimal, and percentage, uppercase, lowercase. It is we cannot tell always like flush data from backend very specific. So what we are doing is, okay, doesn't matter what the format of data is coming, let's transform this data into the different format so that user can see the way they want. That is what the pipe used for. And metadata. Earlier, like when we are looking at the architecture, right? So we see whenever we see the directive or pipes or modules or component, like there were metadata. What metadata is doing? Metadata is like a information that is imported or injected or exported from a component or directive itself or module itself. So let's suppose we are creating a module. For forming a module, there are certain dependency that need to be there first of all, right? So for that @ng module annotation gives us a flexibility to provide metadata to the module, right? And that is like here ng form. It is a module. But it is a metadata for the my module. Services again, like here I was talking about injectable, right? So services is responsible to serve the purpose of data to the component. So let's suppose we are interacting with a backend, and backend is a form of API or socket, but it cannot directly deliver to the component. How we deliver this to the component is by providing service to the component. How we are doing that is kind of we inject this as a provider to a module, right? To a component, and component import that service to do the certain operations, like let's suppose get data, save data, or whatever. And why we are having is kind of reusability is the main key. That service used as a injectable, like a reusable logic, single, and this service when we are talking about, it is kind of injectable, and it is a singleton also. So each piece of service is kind of single responsibility for the component, and service had their own life cycle. So as I was earlier saying, when we are talking about component lifecycle, component initiated, and if we are injecting service, it's created. But at certain point, when we subscribe this service need to be destroyed also. So unless we are not going to destroy the service uh, manually, it will be keep alive out there. So each singleton service has a life cycle, and life cycle that need to be operate the way that design. Like one service get created, the service need to be destroyed too. Dependency injection, again the same thing that I'm going to describe, that I'm talking about service, and service need to be passed as a provider. And whenever we see, say like in any module, like a provider is needed, it means that we are injecting a service to the module. Here is example of a component that is consuming the my service in my app component, right? So uh, mainly like a high level providing and managing the dependency required by Angular component service or other classes. So it is not only a service can provide service to another service also. A service can provide a service to the component also, and how we are going to use that particular service is by injecting into the service component or in class. So data sharing, as I said, we are creating component, and and there are not one component. Many component can be happen into the Angular app. So how they share data between one component to another component? So there are two scenarios: either component in parent and child, or they are parallel sitting into the root component. Right? In that case, there are input and output binding, and this applies to the parent and child. There are one more. I mean, parent and child means that like when we talk about single page application, there are root component itself. So even there is no component out there, there is a root component sitting into the Angular app. So if user want to share data between parent to child component, can use input and output decorators out there to share data between component. And there is view child and view children that is not being used much. I hardly use them because there are more flexibility available right now to share data between component to component, like a subject behavior or behavior subject from RxJS, and we have a state management library too that is useful to share data between component to component. And we can share data with the route parameter also. Route parameters means that uh, sending ID for particular information, and that particular ID that is sitting into the route parameter can be shared with a different component by accessing that parameter directly. There are a local store and session store also, where data can be centralized and sitting onto the browser. And while we are interacting with the components, that throughout our journey, that data can save into the local or session store and can be accessed any moment of time from any other component. So that is also another mechanism by which we can share data between component to component. Angular routing is facilitate, like it is perform the navigation between one component to another component. So if I'm saying like any website or any app you see, you interact with that app by menu items or links or buttons, so on, right? And whenever we click onto the particular navigation, we redirect from one page to another page, and for that we need Angular routing. It is a separate module, and it is kind of responsible for any navigation onto the browser, right? So Angular routing allow you to build single page application by defining route for different view or component and enabling navigation between them without full page reload, right? So this is the way, like that is a command generate eng generate module app routing hyphen flat hyphen module equal to app. Once uh, this routing module gets created, and that can be set up like this, the way. And navigation is a router link is facilitator for that navigation. It can be parameterized, it can be non-parameterized too. I mean, we can pass the parameter to the route or not. That is depend on the need of the application. Let me talk about lazy loading. Earlier, when I was talking about Angular routing, we are talking about component, right? So we are routing component, but routing component means that we have to load whole application in one bundle, so that component can be available for the route. But lazy loading is a technique for optimizing load for Angular application by defining the loading of a specific module and their associate component until they are needed. So let me tell you, like when we create a component and we start using in application, it means that we have to bundle whole everything all together, and it need to load on browser at the same time. But when we say about lazy loading, it means that modular, and if module associated with a particular child, it can be bundled together, but it can load onto the browser when it gets requested. Let's suppose items, right? Items is a module, but when we are going to request, then that is going to load into the browser at the runtime. So in that case, when we are building application, first bundle that load onto the browser is very minimal, that do not have anything unless we access the route, and then it will go and it will request that particular module and load onto the browser. And this is example how we enable lazy loading into the Angular app by creating module and pointing module to the particular path. So you see, like many places we are using Angular ng command, right? What is this ng command is? So ng command is a tool that Angular built on top of the Angular framework that facilitate us to create component, modules, services, even serve application by this ng command. It likewise in this journey, like it is a command line interface, and here the example, like create a sample application. So you just have to install the dependency of Angular CLI, and you just simply create application through command line. There is no need to write external code for user, right? You just run this command and application get created and go into the directory and start serving that application. Similarly, we can create anything like pipe, service, or a component or module just by using this Angular CLI command, and it will serve the particular component or service right away without creating component or service manually. There are more command that I am not included out here. If you are interested, you can go angular.io/CLI and you find all the useful commands that need to be used during your development journey. Here at the end, like we learn what is the pillar of Angular app. We know like module, component, directives, and pipes. These are the pillar of the Angular application. And then we learn about the CLI. Now we are going to explore how Angular compiler work, because at the start we are saying that Angular Angular app should be little lightweight, right? Is scalable and perform better into the life uh, throughout their life journey, right? So how did that happen? So there are two compiler into the Angular. First is ahead of time compiler and second is runtime. So runtime compiler, let me explore this. It is a just in time. So while we are developing application, we make some change and we want to see that change onto the browser. So at that time, when we are developing, there just in time compiler that see any change of code, any change happen into the code, and then compile that code again, and it serve onto the browser. But ahead of time compiler, that is kind of mean of building application, right? And that build that application can deploy in any environment. Either I was earlier discussing about on-premise or containerized based or or as a serverless, right? So so the head of time compiler build the application, and that is a prod mode, and that can deploy in any environment. It is kind of concept that Angular enables to compile with compile template and component during the build process rather than runtime, right? And and AT compiled result is smaller size in bundle, improve runtime performance, enhancement security, and as the compiled code is delivered to the browser, right? It is not going to compile in runtime. It is already compiled, and it is directly served from the server to the browser to use. So just keep in mind, like ahead of time compiler you use for production deployment that can be deployed in any format, like container, like on premise, uh, like as a serverless. Runtime compiler used when we develop application. Most of the time throughout our journey, we don't see what we do. Like we know it is getting compiled, but we just want to see whatever we change, and we want to see that reflection onto the browser. But behind the scene, these two compilers playing larger role to making seamless development and production to the Angular app. So let's talk about state management. State management is managing and sharing data throughout the application journey to the various part of Angular applications such as component, service, and modules. So earlier we were talking about data sharing, right? Data sharing means that sharing data from component to component. But what what happened when we talk about component itself? How the data gets shared from the component to template? Even data is getting changed at the component side. How that data is getting reflected at the template side? So when we create a component, right? It itself has a local state out there. So whatever data we declared into the local state, and if there is going to change at the any time throughout the journey of the component, it is going to reflect in onto the template. That is called local state, by which we are communicating through component to the business logic, template to the business logic. And there are service based state, that is, again, I was talking about services earlier. So services is nothing but delivering data to the component, right? And let's suppose that service data is getting changed, and that is observable, that can subscribe into the component. And whenever service reflect different data, it can be just a subscription method return new data to the to the to the to the component. are too many components. It is singleton. Whenever we call it as a provider to many component, and that data gets changed at any instance of time, that can subscribe to the to all of the component, like it is subscription is means broadcasting for the particular service, right? So and then the data gets used according to the state of the service. And third one is observable. It is observable is nothing but a reactive extension library that I mean, observable is nothing but a data new state, and Angular has a library that is a reactive based library, that RxJS, that is used to give the data change to the component or to the shared component at any instance of time. Here is the example, like create I just created a like one observable variable, right? And it is getting changed through the set timeout, set interval, and we are subscribing this data. So each 1 second of time, it is going to reflect new data, and doesn't matter one or many component, wherever it gets subscribed, reflect the new data, and that is getting built on top of the RxJS. So if any reactive programming other than separate state management library can be happen through the RxJS only, if we do not want to use any library, state management library. So state management, earlier in previous session, we already talked about signals, and so signals is kind of upcoming 16 Angular 16 feature that is coming. Uh, it is kind of releasing, and there is a more guidelines onto this one. It still need to be explored how better we can utilize this as a state management services. It is the same concept like publishing and subscribing data. Then we are doing it reactive way, like a RxJS. So there is a way Angular Signal produces a facility to implement a state management. NGRX is also one of the famous library that facilitate us to use for the state management. There are some more, but I never use them, like NG, XS, and Akita. Like these are again the state management library, but I use the most NGRX in my day-to-day development. So let's talk about like NGRX. NGRX is a framework built on a reactive application in Angular, right? It is inspired by Redux. So Redux is also kind of reactive uh, library. Then managing global and local state, isolate of the side effect to promote cleaner and component architecture, entity collection like integration in Angular route, and develop tooling that enhance develop experience when building many different type of application. As I already said, it is inspired by Redux. So why these state management library exist? First of all, like when in the normal programming way, what if component needs certain data, right? What we do, we access the service, we write a business logic onto the data that we fetched from service, and then we view or visualize onto the template, right? And user then also making a lot of action like saving, deleting, updating, right? These are all actions happening onto the template itself, and the source code we are writing into the template component itself. then in that case, what is happening is component is growing. If let's suppose component too big, right, then the code we are writing into the particular component is growing. To eliminate that and to scale that, we need a state management library so that we can separate the business logic or data logic from the component itself. The minimal source code we need, we have to write at the component side of it, and rest of the business logic sitting at the state management side of it. And that's why these state management library exist out there. I'm going to explore a little bit about NGRX architecture. So when I was saying like what we are doing basically when we are interacting with the application, either we are performing certain actions, save data, get data, delete data, or whatever, right? And these data, whenever these action perform certain events, right, either it is manipulating data or it is going access API, and then then that data get displayed into the template, right? So action is nothing but an event, the user event or our business logic event that is getting performed. So every action associate with the either effect or reducer or component. So let's suppose we have to get data from the API. What we have to do? We have to fire an effect, and that is an action. That action trigger from a component that hey, go get data. An action perform there and call effect. And effect, whenever effect call, effect also generate generate an action that okay, I call the API and then there is a data, and data need to be stored into the store, right? So it's called get data and action call the reducer, and reducer is responsible to store data into the store. Once data into the store, then what we have to do is we have to select that data to display onto the component, or any failure notification or message that pass from the backend, right? Or most of the time what we are doing is we are filtering data from the store once data get into the store itself, right, earlier. So likewise we are filtering data or some action, some making some action onto the data, that is called through the action to reduce it directly without any API. So effect is getting used whenever we interact with the API or data layer. Otherwise, once data onto the UI component connect with the actions to reduce data, or making some certain operations onto the data, formatting data, manipulating data, and using that data in a use that component need, right? There are more to explore here. If you are interested, you can go and learn store effect, route store, entity, and component store. So store effect. These are the facility that we can explore more at the store side of it. Effect, routing store, entity, and component store. And there are certain developer tools also that facilitate to explore more inside this data, right? Like store dev tool, like we have a Redux dev tool that can be used to explore live live data throughout the application journey onto the browser itself, and we can debug them. Uh, this is semantic also that can be explored application through the NGRX library and ESLint plugin. ESLint warn against the bad practices. It's also contain a few automatic fixes to enforce consistent style and promote the best practices. Right? There are many things to explore. So just explore most of them, like sometime I use, sometime not in my daily practices. But if you are a new developer, or you are kind of experienced and want to explore more about how the store travel throughout journey with different library and different dev tools, so on, can be explored here. And earlier I was talking about a store means that it is a global store and component based store. So NGRX support or component store and global store both. Depend on a specific need of the application, user can use either global store or local or component store accordingly. Now, best practices, Angular best practices. So modularization is kind of key. That actually, let me put in this way: when we are using Angular framework, it is already designed for the best practices. It's enable everything to us. It is modularized. It is a component based architecture. It's enable third party libraries that can be integrated seamlessly, like NGRX or RxJS. It is optimization enable production mode UT compiler. That is always involved into the best practices. Angular framework enable with the testing suite so that we can write unit tests for robust testing coverage, uh, error handling that we can leverage for any action or event that is happening, either event or action or service access, at the time of service access, if API fail or something like that, or any exception that is going to happen throughout the journey, right? Error handling could be happen in any action, right? So make sure like it is going to happen when we are writing business logic or something. Documentation is also like a best practice coming under the best practice. We should adopt this. Whatever we are writing should be documented uh, onto the code itself through the comments, through the annotation, or we can write a separate documentation and readme file to better understand the code and business logic and functionality for the component for the application, right? Linting and formatting, that is again a best practices. Like it should create better structure of the code and avoid some unnecessary leaks in future, right? So linting and formatting is also one of the best practice how to write code. And version control, that is uh, I think, I believe also, like when we are going to write a software or application, right? It should be sitting into the GitHub repo, and it should manage very well so that in future, like new version is coming for the particular application, that that can be rolled back to the to the old version or new version, or 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 any instance of time we can reach the particular code, right? And also we have to make sure like following merging best practices, giving a proper comment to the commits, to the merge commits and all, right? So that we can identify uh, uh, our application version better, right? And we can do more analytics in future for uh, any bugs or features that need to be eliminated in future can be uh, reach where we made change, or where we change the business logic, can reach at that point and can be rolled back, right? So make sure like version control should be there throughout the journey. Performance monitoring, and performance monitoring also the best practices. So whenever application get developed, make sure like around the Angular app, we are monitoring the application performance through the browser tool also, like Angular. I mean Chrome itself like has a pretty much very good performance monitoring tool. There we can monitor the load time of the root component. At the same time, a particular module or component that decreases throughout the navigation can be also uh, measured how best they are performing, right? So performance optimization, again, I said like Angular is a very good framework that provide us lazy loading and code splitting facility. When I'm saying that lazy loading or code splitting means that the minimal component would be the uh, better practices would be there, and the better performance would be there. And asset optimization, compression and optimization asset. Like, let's suppose we are using images or we are using CSS or any third party library, make sure that is compressed and optimized, right? In that case, it is take a less time to load onto the browser. Syrian uses, let's suppose there is application is big application loading lot of huge libraries or images or videos, make sure that is sitting onto the CDN and delivering location or region wise, right? So there are some more performance optimization can be happen through HTTP caching, change detection, like making a strategy. HTTP caching, everybody knows, like let's suppose a API get called and data is same, then if user again calling same API, that should not be happen, like that is accessing the same data. So HTTP should be cached in a way so that now we are not overheading to the application. Change detection is, like we know, our component itself has a state management, but we can enable on push strategy depend on our need. So either we want to drive the state of particular component through the default component lifecycle or through the on push strategy, depending on input and output to the to the component. Angular universal, that I already talked about. Server-side rendering, service worker is also kind of offline capability. Lazy loading image, that is also kind of performance optimization we can do. Not image only, data also, like load data into the chunks. Resource-free fetching, fetch the resource before we are going to perform certain event or actions through the user. Distributed load testing, that can be part of the application. After application get built and deploy, right, we should be testing into the distributed environment so that we can see the performance. And browser caching itself, that is a good way to do performance optimization. And testing Angular app, likewise I said, the Angular is the best providing best way to us to test Angular app, and it is created a whole environment all together so that we can write seamless test, unit test, or a unit test to test the Angular app, right? So these are the testing way we can improve testing and test our application better, like creating mock services, snap testing, using some testing library like Karma and Cypress, and code coverage monitoring tool. There are many monitoring tools that can monitor whenever we run the test. They get the report of the test, like Sonar and so on. And here references about, like, if you want to read more about Angular and how Angular build, and there are some developer guides related to that, tutorials, and a little bit more on NGRX and Angular CLI. At the end, in quote, like in software development, there are only two: those who develop by knowing why and those who develop by faith. So either in any other way, like if you're a developer, you have to learn the faith and knowing why you are doing that, right? And this is end of the slide, and this is early morning here in United States. So I wake up little early today, but yes, I'm ready to take any question, answer, and so on. And I'll be reachable through my email ichaube@cisco.com for any question that I didn't explain well here. I will try my best to explain later on through this email. Thank you.
Indu, for being so early in the morning where you are, you seem very awake, and we all learned so many things out of the talk. I think there are a lot of questions, but first of all, thank you for getting up early and for your time.
Mhm.
We have time for a couple of them, but of course, thanks for sharing your contact details, because I bet people would reach out to you if they have more. But first one is, do you have some resources to dive even deeper into Angular development?
Yeah, that is, if you talk about resources to learn, there is Angular Academy itself. If you go angular.com, right, there is Angular Academy. Reach that website and you learn more out there. I would say Udemy is also one of the good platform where a lot of tutorials available. You can reach them. And mostly how I read is kind of accessing the YouTube. There are very many great content out there, right? So you whoever want to learn can access from there. From and I did some many of the Angular resources there.
Amazing. And what are some strategies and best practices for optimizing performance in Angular applications?
Yeah, that is I already answered. I mean, one of my slide has that performance optimization. So make sure look, Angular I said already optimized architecturally. So when we develop Angular application, we are building Angular application. It is create minimize size, file secured, and optimized in itself, right? The the things we have to make sure is like whenever I was talking about lazy loading, like that should be there. If your application is big, make sure lazy loading is there. And let's suppose if the particular application accessing lot of wave content, like images, videos, audios, right, that should be also a CDN base. And we should be having API caching, right? And browser based caching. We should be plug and play with the state management library also, like maintaining data at the front end side of it. The less communication we are going to make at the server is better, right? So these are the best practices that we can follow.
I bet a lot of people took a screenshot of that, but also we can include your slides in the recap newsletter if you think it's worth it. You can just send them to us and we will include them as documentation for people to check.
Yeah,
All
nothing
right,
is
and
personal, so you can share it.
perfect. And last question, what are some Angular best practices and performance optimization techniques that developers should keep in mind? Are there any others apart from the ones you just said?
Do more modular coding and do more lazy loading. That is the best practices, and this can help more to optimize your application. That is something I can say for now. Use state management library and keep data, and make sure keep data at the front end, and make sure like a less interaction with the backend or API side of it. And CDN I already know. There are many more, and I included everything in my slides, so that can be accessible from there.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. And we cannot close the Angular Day without highlighting the value of belonging to a community. I was super happy to hear that many of the speakers also mentioned this, but who will better explain this than the leader of our community, Angular community, and also one of our community partners. Welcome on stage.
Hello
Matthias,
everyone.
how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm good and glad to see you again. Before we jump into discussion, I will let you introduce yourself and your community, because I think you will tell better than me.
Yeah, so my name is Mateusz Stefańczyk. I am the team leader in the House of Angular, when we also run a great community called Angular Love, where we just create and organize multiple events like meetups, webinars, and also we have our own blog where all of the community people can contribute, like create their blogs and build their personal page where they can create and share it with the other people around the world. Most of our blogs are in English, so that's it, I would say.
And what encouraged you to found this community? How did it start?
Yeah, so our inspiration stems from the passion for Angular, and we also desire to foster a supportive environment for the software developers. Angular is quite a powerful framework, and we wanted to create a space where people can collaborate each other, learn, and share their experience. Additionally, we saw a potential for making some positive impact on the software development community by providing valuable resources and this opportunity for growth for other people.
And you mentioned some of them already, but from the goals that you had as a community, from the actual benefits that people have when belonging to it, can you list some of them?
Yeah, so I will highlight there is several key benefits. Like the one is this learning opportunity where you can gain access to the educational resources, including some tutorials, articles, webinars, meetups, and so on. What's more, you can join on our meetups, we network with our people, we provide the platform for the developers to connect with other professionals, share their knowledge, and collaborate on some projects together. We host the group where all of our contributors join, and we review each other articles, presentations, so you are not alone there. We just provide the entire support for you to grow and share your knowledge. Additionally, you can meet with other people, share your experience, listen to them experience, gain some knowledge from that. And as I said, we provide this professional growth where you can create your professional portfolio by attending our meetups or just create the blog post. And what's more, you stay updated. So you receive all of the new information from the Angular and the world and the technologies around the Angular. So you'll stay updated for the entire time.
And this is the theoretical explanation, but do you have any anecdotes or stories that really showcase how you have impacted your community members?
I think whether there is some specific anecdote, I wouldn't found any specific, but of course, when we see that people and we met with them, some of them are at the beginning of the journey and so on, they are attending our meetups, each meetup we organize, and we talk with them on these meetups, and we see how they were at the beginning of the journey, and after some time we also see and listen to them how they grow thanks to our community, thanks to our blog and meetups, and finally they find the job or such kind of the stories.
And you mentioned meetups. That is actually something that many of our community members say that is a challenge for them. They would love to start running them. How did you start? How often do you organize it? How do you invite people to join them?
Yeah, so we organizing them mostly once per month. We are trying to organize some kind of the event once per month. So sometimes it's meetups, sometimes these meetups in person, sometimes online. We also organize some webinars. The closest one will be probably by the end of the October this year. And what we are thankfully that we have the great sponsor in our case, which is House of Angular. They support us with organizing these meetups to provide all of the needed resources for the community to just properly organize it and provide us the entire backup for hosting these events in the professional manner. So I think that this sponsor or someone who helped us to organize it by providing us with the space and the backup, technical backup, is pretty important. Despite of that, we have the pretty big social medias in terms of the Angular love, like the Facebook and so on. So thanks to this, we can like share information and reach as many people as possible. And this group is pretty big right now.
And for generating content, do you focus on any project specifically or vertical that aligns your content, or is it all about Angular?
Yeah, it's strongly focused on the Angular, but we build and like create the content and meetups about the everything what is pretty close for the Angular. Yeah, so it's not only the Angular, but also Angular related libs or some web features which will affect the Angular or some other frameworks as well. But we primarily really focus around the Angular and all kind of the libraries which are pretty close for him, like RxJS or just the TypeScript, which is like the crucial part of the Angular. Yeah.
And something I'm very curious about is, do you collect feedback? And if yes, how do you collect it and how do you react to it?
Yeah, so of course, despite of the feedback which people can give after our blog posts, it's like the pretty common way of giving the feedback about the particular article and so on. But also when we share the meetup at the end, we have some survey always, and you can give the feedback about the presentation, what you like the most, and also from the technical point of view, what was fine, what was bad. And we also, after each of the meetup, we have the pizzas or beer, and we just talk with the people. Yeah, so here we also gain quite a lot of feedback from the people, what we can make better or what they just already love in our meetups.
Yeah, and it's very nice to collect feedback at that moment because people are really into the topic and feeling the atmosphere. So I agree that it's a great moment to do that. So what's the upcoming schedule for Angular Love? Are there future events coming, future projects coming?
So our upcoming, we will have like the next week, we will have two webinars regarding the building the architecture and also why it's worth to update your Angular application like continuously, don't stay behind for too long, and it's hosted by our sponsor House of Angular. But also as an Angular Love, we will have a meetup by the end of the October, and we already know the first guest, which will be one of the main contributor of the NGRX. So we are happy already to announce that and invite everyone to join us. So end of the October.
Perfect. We will mark our calendars. And do you interact with other communities? Are you in touch with other Angular communities? How do you relate to them or co-create content?
Yeah, we are, first of all, we are trying to attend really various meetups and conferences. So it's not like we only hosting, but we also journey around the Europe to join the other communities, help them grow, learn from them. So it's like the community of the communities, let's say. I can call it like that. So recently we have been on the WeAreDevelopers conference, which was really great, and we appreciate that we could be there. We met a lot of great people with who we are like stay in touch even now after the conference. We have this relation. We already know these people. We can share our knowledge and experience. We also recently were in Oslo, where we also met a community in Norway, Angular community. I even had the talk there. So we just talk with the other communities, learn from each other, and we are helping each other. Yeah. So we are attending someone's meetup, someone joins our meetup. We also create the content for some other communities. They sometimes write the blog for us. So we are generally constantly in touch, and we help each other and we learn from each other.
Yeah, it's a very collaborative atmosphere. And considering the amount of communities that are out there and developers being focused not only in one technology normally, but also, as you said, some connected topics, how can we help them selecting the right community for them?
It's pretty tough by like say choose this community over this community and so on. I think that there is no other way than really like try to join particular communities, see what you can learn, and so on. That's might be the best way of just trying everything and just choose what best fits for you, because some various communities might have the various practice and also some various ways of attending or just participating in the particular community, and it's not like we will fit for everyone, or that's good that there is so many communities at some point.
Yeah. Well, this was a great way to finish the Angular Day with a bit of inspiration to stay connected and to stay with this networking vibe that characterize communities. Thank you very much for your insights, and I hope to see you very soon.
Me too. Have a nice day, everyone.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And that is all from us as well. Don't forget to grab your discount code to get your early bird tickets that are still cheaper with this 10% off. We'll paste it in the chat right now. Remember, you can go to worldcongress.dev and get your tickets at this discounted price. I hope to see you very soon. On the 4th of October, we have our next live day about DevOps. And if it's not there, there will be many other occasions to catch up. See you soon.